Good morning. Today is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power, and the committee has convened today for the purposes of public hearings on bills, as well as an executive session this afternoon. Now, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join us in the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Bajelabrick. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So before we begin hearings this morning, I have a couple of morning announcements. So the committee has convened today at 9 a.m. for public hearings on 6 bills. And after the public hearing scheduled for 11, the committee will break for lunch. And then following this afternoon, we will go into executive session to begin at 1. So to begin, I'd just like to inform everybody in the room that in order to stay on schedule, the chair, if needed, will allow up to 5 minutes for bill introductions, followed by questions and answers. And then up to 3 minutes will be given for in-person public testimony, with additional time allowed for questions and answers if the speaker allows. The vice chair, who is at another meeting right now, would be keeping track of the time. And if we are, depending upon how many pink cards that we get, if the time needs to be kept track of, somebody will raise a pink card that indicates that you should wrap up your testimony. And if a speaker has written testimony, please indicate that and pass it along at either end of the tables here. If a speaker also has more information, then they're able, within the time allotted, to share with the committee, then please let us know and follow up by email with additional written testimony. And finally, as a reminder to speakers providing in-person testimony, please, when you take your seat, please state for the record your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Okay. Is that right? At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 554, enabling municipalities to choose whether or not to place political advertising on municipal property. So I don't have any pink cards, but I do see the prime sponsor, Representative Andrus. So she's here to present the bill to the committee, and you could fill out a pink card afterwards. Perfect. So good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Louise Andrus. I represent Merrimack County District 5, Andover, Danbury, Hill, Salisbury, and Webster. I am here today to present to you, and I'm just going to make it very short because your decision in the end will be the final one, on municipalities making the decision whether they can have political signs on their public property. Now, in 1979, the election laws were codified and brought into being so that they were in order. Now, even back in 1979, it stated there would not be political signs on public property. Whatever happened with that law is beyond me, because it wasn't until just the last several years that I knew of anybody was saying you couldn't have signs on public property. And like in my town, up until last year when we ran for election, we had 2 locations of property that belonged to the town where signs by anyone could be put up. There were candidates. Last year, we ran into the state law, and it happened everywhere. Why? All of a sudden, I don't know. Same thing happened in Hill, Danbury, all the towns. You can no longer put signs on municipal property. I feel it's wrong. Now, I only made a small change in the law. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if it's really worded correctly, or if maybe you would be willing to change something in it and make an exception. But municipalities and not the state should be the ones that can say political signs can be put on municipal property. The state shouldn't be dictating it. And how it's ever been this way all these years, I don't know. And all of a sudden, everybody noticed it or what the problem is. But it has created problems everywhere. Because like I said, in Salisbury for years, we just had the signs in the same location. Nobody ever said anything. And then all of a sudden, the law came into being, and now we're done. So, I'm going to end it here. And if you have any questions, I hope I can answer them. And I just hope you will find a way to make it possible for our 234 municipalities to make the decision whether they want political signs or not in their town. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Andrus. Is there any questions for her? Representative Fracht is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for presenting your bill. I am curious, what entity told you that you couldn't put signs up?
Well, we had an incident in our town last year, and they get into the state law, and when the state law said we could not put up signs anymore on municipal property.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On the public property, does that include the right-of-way, any right-of-way in front of a building or next to a sidewalk or something like that?
Well, in the law, it states that you can't put signs on public property, but you can put them on the state's right-of-way. And so this is another big issue. Okay, on Route 4, where we used to put signs, how far back? I mean, none of us ever got into it. It was right next to the road that was considered the town property. But how far back does the state own? And if you could get into real arguments and get into lawsuits and this and that, but to me, it's not worth it. I think we just need to see how we can make the law better so municipalities can say you all can put political signs out on our property.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. The word municipalities you have in there, I think you spoke to, we might have to work on the language, but who would be the body deciding this? You have libraries, you have select boards, you have town councils. Are you suggesting that maybe this committee needs to refine that word, or are you specific to the word municipality?
Okay, I think we also need to refine who in the municipality has that authority.
Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there any restriction considered as a sponsor here that the moderator's role would be reduced? Because right now, in many cases, the moderator decides if signage is in the proper place or if it's inhibiting the voters access to the polling place and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, if the committee so decided to make an amendment and felt that the moderator would be the one, because yes, in an election, the moderator has total control of everything. So maybe they should be the one that makes the decision. Or maybe it should be the select board, or, I'm not sure who it should be, but it may, there has to be a definite body in the town that makes that kind of decision.
Thank you.
Representative Murphy is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Electioneering, is that been brought up with any of the problems that you've been having in your town? People saying this is electioneering for the town, making one candidate or another position, what they're looking for?
Okay, would you repeat that, please?
The electioneering, excuse me. If you have a political sign within whatever feet or whatever the town ordinance says, is that been a problem in your town? Election, where political signs have been placed. How far from the polling place are they from?
I'm not sure of the answer to that.
Further questions? Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. Would this apply to a town hall or town office building, in that my town is a nonpartisan select board, but as a state rep, I belong to a party. So could I put my state rep budget sign up on next to a sign that says town office building?
That would be up to each individual municipality. I mean, the way the law is written right now, I mean, there are no political signs, no place on public property. And if you changed it to municipalities can make a ruling, they would have the ruling, I mean, according to law, where signs could be placed.
Further questions? I have a question. Your language says, indicates the municipalities, and we're debating who that should be. If it should be a single person or perhaps the governing body. But your language says may decide the locations of signs in that municipality. Do you have a concern that with this may decide that might end up with a patchwork of application across the state, and therefore, candidates running in one municipality may be allowed to put up signs, whereas in the next town, say for example, state reps would be not allowed to put up signs? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, when this was originally written, we put shall instead of may. And then several people I talked to thought that we may not want to dictate what a municipality has to do. So we put may. I mean, it can be changed if an amendment is made.
Thank you. Additional questions? Representative Guthrie.
Yes, just quickly, would you believe that in my town, on election day, that the entrance into the voting spot, which is about, maybe 500 yards, that there are signs all the way going in to the voting place, and there's never any problem with it?
Well, having political signs on election day or any day, it's an issue. I realize it'll never really be settled because so many people have difference of opinions. And I know in some towns, they feel the state shouldn't be coming in on election day and telling them where signs can and can't be placed. I've heard that statement made before. And in other towns are very strict. I feel it's up to each individual town. If this town wants this, they get it. And if another town decides they want to do something different, it's up to them.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Additional
Madam
questions? Representative Stavis.
Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question has to do more with an issue of kind of cognitive dissonance in the wording of the bill, where current law states that signs may be placed with the owner's consent, and your change says the words municipalities may decide. To me, those both mean exactly the same thing.
That's why I think an amendment should be made. I mean, I've been thinking a lot about this lately, and maybe the way I wrote the bill with just changing the part of one sentence, maybe under the exceptions, municipalities could just be put in there along with, you can have signs on private property along the public way with the owner's permission. But then I don't know if that takes care of everything or not. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer.
Representative Majori, did you have a question?
I do, yes. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking another question. In line 14 of this bill, but existing language, it says that political advertising placed or affixed on any public property may be removed by the state. Was there any consideration that that sentence in there may create a problem if the same organization is allowing it, the same organization may remove it?
Well, if municipalities are given permission to make their own rules on candidate signs, then the state shouldn't be able to come along and remove them if that's what they choose to do so.
Representative Frocht?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative, in listening to the questions and your responses, I would like to ask you to clarify my understanding of the statute 664-17, which is what you are proposing to modify. My read on this basically does not include signs that are placed at or near the polling place, which may or may not be considered electioneering. This statute refers to election signs that are placed on public highways. Your concern is placement on municipal property. And I guess to boil the question down, does it refer to signs placed on municipal property in general, or is it specifically limited to signs that are placed near the polling place, which might be considered electioneering if they were too close to the poll?
Well, if anything was passed that gave municipalities the ability to make their own rules and regulations, they've got to go by whatever the state law says. So if in the state law it says you can't do electioneering, then the municipality would not be able to go against it and make up their own rules and regulations. They're going to have to go by whatever the rest of the state law says.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you. And don't forget your pink card. Okay. So I don't have any other pink cards for this bill, so I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Is that for this bill? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 554.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to inform the group that there were 3 on the remote sign-in. There were 3 in support and 13 opposed.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. I forgot to have you report that out. At this time, I do not see the prime sponsor for the next bill that we have scheduled to hear. Is there someone from the committee that would like to introduce the bill? Sure, thank you. So at this time, we have scheduled a hearing at 9:20. We're a little bit behind. So I will open the public hearing on House Bill 512 FN relative to preventing municipal employees from being paid under multiple municipal contracts simultaneously. Yeah, because I don't see anyone. So thank you, Representative Majori, for introducing this bill to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. Thank you so much. For the record, I am Jim Majori, representing the good people of the town of Northampton, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 512 FN relative to preventing municipal employees from being paid under multiple municipal contracts simultaneously. And I'm happy to take all of your questions.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I'm watching you.
So next, the chair would like to call Kristen, is it Larson Schultz? Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
I appreciate your consideration of my testimony in support of HB 512. As a resident of Northampton, New Hampshire, I'm deeply concerned about a decision made over a year ago by our select board members. They approved our full-time town administrator to simultaneously hold a part-time position in Newcastle, New Hampshire, without public consultation. This decision was made in a non-public meeting, denying residents and taxpayers the opportunity to express their concerns. When residents later questioned why our town should continue paying a full-time salary for a town administrator, now dividing his week between 2 towns, they were dismissed as out of hand. The select board argued that as long as there was no scheduling conflict, it wasn't an issue. However, as a taxpayer, I find it illogical to compensate an employee for full-time work when they are serving another town 2 days a week, especially without any public hearing or input from residents. Over the past year, while sharing town administrator, we experienced the resignation of a police chief, a police force operating at half capacity, and most recently, the resignation of a highly respected fire chief. These events indicate that duties are not being fulfilled effectively. Further, upon submitting a 91A request to both the towns of Northampton and Newcastle as to the timesheets and billed hours committed, I was denied the right to that information. I asked this committee what recourse residents have when it appears that the select board is being directed by the town administrator rather than providing oversight on issues such as this. Opponents may argue that such decisions should remain local and that legislation is unnecessary. However, as New Hampshire is a Dillon rule state, and whereas this law would impact multiple municipalities, I urge the legislature to address this issue to ensure New Hampshire taxpayers have recourse. Additionally, in order to advance this bill to the House floor, I ask that you amend it to remove the following sentences. Any person who fails to report acceptance of a new town manager or administrator employment offer while under contract as a town manager or administrator shall be guilty of a felony. And this appears in both section 1(3) and section 2(3) with a little variation in the text. Passing the bill without the language related to criminality would still offer New Hampshire taxpayers essential recourse and could improve this legislation's chances of approval in both the House and Senate. I urge you to put forth an amendment outlined above and vote ought to pass as amended on this much-needed legislation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Are you willing to take questions?
No, I actually have to get to work, but thank you very
Okay.
much for listening to me.
And it appears as though you have something written. Could you email that to other committee? if
I
possible?
posted it online this morning, and I'm also happy to leave a copy with the
Okay,
clerk.
and I can get some copies for the hard copies. Thank you. Next, the chair calls Mr. Barrett Christina. Good morning, Attorney Christina. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Barrett Christina. I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 512. I went through the list of current superintendents and the current school administrative units that they are assigned to. The districts of Surrey and Sullivan have the same individual serving as their superintendent. They are two. Surrey is one school administrative unit. Sullivan is a separate school administrative unit. Neither of those districts have a school. They tuition their students, so they have one individual serving both of those school districts on, I don't even know, maybe a 1 day a week type of basis. So that we're not talking about somebody working full-time in one district and full-time in another district. Likewise, the SAU of Winchester, SAU 94, and Hinsdale, SAU 92, also have the same individual serving as superintendent. I believe that individual was 3 days in one district and 2 days in another district. I'm not sure which one is 3, which one is 2, but I know totality he's working full-time, but he's got two separate contracts for two separate school administrative units. The same situation in Plainfield and Cornish. Again, the same individual is working for both of those school administrative units, part-time in one district, part-time in another district. Alton and Barnstead, two separate SAUs, have the same individual working as the superintendent. In that SAU, or in those two, actually 3 SAUs, that actually makes sense. Alton is one SAU, I believe they're SAU 72, and Barnstead, I forget, maybe SAU 86. They send their children to Prospect Mountain High School, which is a separate SAU. So you've got one superintendent serving one K through 8 district, same superintendent serving another K through 8 district, and then the same superintendent is serving for a separate SAU, but that's their joint high school. So in that situation, you're lining up your policies, your curriculum, so on and so forth. The last aspect that NHSBA would like to address is on page 16 of the bill. It says no school superintendent shall be compensated for services as a school superintendent under two or more contracts at the same time. I presume that the intent of the, well, I don't want to presume the intent of the bill, but as I'm reading that, I'm wondering if the gist was 2 individual employment contracts, and I raised that as the language is confusing in at least 2 circumstances we have here in New Hampshire. The Rollinsford School District purchases services from the Somersworth School District. So the individual is the superintendent of Somersworth. That is his title. But Rollinsford pays the Somersworth School District a certain sum of money to have that person serve as a superintendent, provide superintendent services. So technically that is a superintendent under 2 or more contracts at the same time. And the same circumstance applies to Governor Wentworth, which is SAU 49, and Middleton. I forget Middleton's SAU number, but the Middleton School District purchases services from the Governor Wentworth School District. So ultimately, the superintendent in the Governor Wentworth School District is responsible for the superintendent services in the Middleton School District as well, too. This is not a concern for these districts that I've referenced. They understand that the individual is working another part-time gig in a different school administrative unit, and they all seem to be fine with the current arrangement that they have. So, NHSBA objects to the provisions relative to superintendent contracts. We oppose House Bill 512, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Attorney Christina. Questions, Representative Frucht?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If the bill were amended to allow for an individual to be employed part-time by more than one district, would your organization continue to be opposed?
Thank you for the question, Representative. As I'm reading the bill, at least as it relates to the school superintendent contracts, it doesn't say anything about full-time or part-time. So I don't want to, I'm not trying to avoid the question, Representative, but I mean, our position would be that, we would support striking out the entire language as it relates to school districts. I don't think a clarification about part-time or full-time is necessary.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Representative Stavis is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question of the chair. In the event that a prime sponsor does not appear to testify as to the reasons for the bill, is it proper for us to be asking people who are giving testimony if they are willing to entertain an amendment?
Thank you for the question, Representative Stavis. My answer to that would be yes. I do feel that it's appropriate because once the bill is introduced, the bill belongs now to the committee, and we are present, and we would be the ones that would be deciding upon an amendment. Does that sound fair? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If I look at this as a local issue, a one-town issue, I'm thinking about the sponsor asking the state to referee their one-town issue. Is there anything that you can see in this bill that would prevent the town from pursuing a local warrant article to fix this, or even a citizen's petition to referee this rather than the state using its heavy hand to come in and decide it for them?
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, NHSBA generally, not 100% of the time, advocates for local control, and a local school district should be able to hire who they want within their building or their school administrative unit. One of the other concerns that so to the larger question, NHSBA has an objection to a state law dictating how local contracts can work, for a local municipality, local school district, or local school administrative unit. The other challenge that I would see with this bill is that the act shall take effect 60 days after its passage. So let's just play this out and presume this became law and became effective, let's say August 1st. The superintendents that I referenced, they may have 3 or 4 year contracts. So I don't know how that's going to get rectified either. So I hope that answered your question, sir. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In these many communities that share a superintendent, do you feel it is a financial benefit for those communities in keeping their property taxes at a reasonable level?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative. Certainly, a school board's decision on whether or not to hire a part-time or a full-time superintendent is based on a variety of factors: the economics of that community, what that community can afford to pay a superintendent, and basically the size of the school district. How many students do you have? How many buildings you're operating? We have many. I don't even know offhand, but it would not surprise me if we have probably a couple dozen superintendents that are part-time because the community is small and the district is small. I didn't think about it during my original introduction, but your question got me thinking about it, Representative. The other aspect to the larger policy concern is that we have more and more school administrative units today than we ever have. 20 years ago, there were maybe 80 or 85 84, 85. Today we're up to about 107. So every year there's more school administrative units. That means there's a need for more school superintendents. We don't have people going into that field as much as we used to maybe 30 years ago. So we have more SAUs and a fewer number of people to fill those positions. So the idea that an individual, and a lot of the part-time positions, they're retired people. They'll work one day a week in this district and another day a week in another district. So that's, I guess, the larger policy concern. But thank you for your question, Representative.
Further questions? So Representative Colby's question is a good segue to my question. Would you be able to briefly explain to the committee the process by which a superintendent is hired? In that, are there hearings? Is there opportunity for public input? Does one person decide the contract? The school board? In multi-town SAUs, the school board might be comprised of many school boards. Could you just go over that?
Certainly. Thank you very much for the question, Madam Chair. I can speak directly to my experiences conducting superintendent searches for school administrative units, and then I can speak anecdotally on what some other districts may do. By way of background, the School Boards Association does conduct superintendent searches for our members. It's a for-fee service that we provide. We do anywhere between 2 and 10 in any given year. Myself, I've probably done 24 in the last maybe 7 or 8 years. A medium to a larger size school district, the school board or SAU, the school board will usually comprise a committee. You'll have a couple teachers, a couple administrators, a couple school board members, a couple parents, a couple teachers, a couple general community members, if you will. That committee will comprise a district leadership. These are public meetings because a school board committee meeting, your policy committee, your facilities committee, all have to be posted and noticed under the right to know law. So the committee meetings are public. The public's free to attend. And it has a right to attend, I should say. They will develop a leadership profile, develop the advertisement, develop attributes. They will do community surveys, get feedback from parents, get feedback from teachers, get feedback from students, feedback from the community at large. With that, they develop a leadership profile, put together the advertisement, number of different ways they can advertise. They'll do a first round of interviews. Those are usually a non-public session, which is allowable under 91A2 paragraph 3B, the hiring of any person as a public employee. And then they'll cull that down to maybe 2 or 3 finalists and then do open public interviews with those final candidates. The committee usually makes a recommendation to the school board, and then the school board interviews the candidates for a final time, and ultimately makes a decision on how to hire the superintendent. That's an ideal circumstance. Some of the smaller school districts, the school board may just post an advertisement and interview people on their own. Or I can also say that if a superintendent leaves in the middle of a school year, I go through what I call my Rolodex. I keep a list of individuals, mostly retired superintendents or superintendents who are working part-time, that I know may be interested in picking up another 10-hour-a-week gig here or there, and then I'll pass them on to the board and they'll do a quick interview. But so for a full search in a medium large size district, there's opportunity for the public to participate.
Thank you. A follow-up to that is with regards to current employment of any of these candidates, is that publicly disclosed or known?
If I may ask a clarifying question, Madam Chair, publicly disclosed or known by whom? The public?
Yeah, the public who would be, because the salary would be paid through taxpayer dollars, and also the public being the people serving on the school boards.
Sure. Thank you very much
In the
for the question.
committees, interviewing and making this decision.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Madam Chair. NHSBA generally advises that the first interview take place in non-public session, and the candidates' application materials, resume, letters of recommendation, so on and so forth, are not publicly disclosed at that point. Because there's a privacy interest for the individual that is the candidate. They may not, their school board, if it's a superintendent in one district, their school board may not know that they're looking for another job, and that can create some tension that you might not necessarily want. But so we tell our school boards that when you're ready to release the names of the quote unquote finalists, tell them on a Friday and say, look, you've got 48 hours to tell your local school board or your current employer, because Monday we're issuing a press release, or Monday I'm having an interview with the reporter from the local newspaper, and we're going to announce that Jane Doe, current superintendent in XYZ town, New Hampshire, is a finalist for the superintendent in ABC town in New Hampshire. So at some point that information does become public, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Mark McLean. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Put on my glasses and pull up my notes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Mark McLean. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Our members are education leaders throughout New Hampshire. We work collaboratively with the School Boards Association, so much of what I was going to say, Barrett stole my thunder, which is fine. I defer to his expertise and wisdom. As you know, well, I should state that the NHSA opposes this bill. We feel like it would just curtail what small and rural communities can do in their search for executive leadership for their school districts. Excuse me. As you know, New Hampshire is a rural state. Doesn't come as a surprise. Cooperative and regional school districts are found throughout our state, and communities seeking collaboration, appropriate efficiencies, economies of scale, and most importantly, opportunities for their students will oftentimes seek to collaborate with their administrative leadership in a way to make sure that they are holding on to their community's identity, as well as fostering more opportunity and savings for their districts. That's essentially all I wanted to state, in that I think what this bill would do is stymie that search for efficiency and ultimately impact the opportunities that students are offered. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. So that's the last pink card that I have. Is there anyone present who wishes to testify on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Okay, I think the blue sheet's coming this way. So seeing no other people to provide testimony, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, we had 14 in support and 11 opposed. And on today's blue sheet, we have 2 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 512FN. We're just waiting a few minutes for the prime sponsors, the chair, and another committee, and he's on his way. Thank you for your patience. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 562 relative to the filing of vacant positions on elected municipal boards and school boards. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Alexander. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Municipal and County. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown, Hillsborough District 29. I filed this bill. It's relative to filling vacant positions on elected municipal and select boards. This bill, although it's a few pages, is pretty straightforward. It basically says when when municipal boards have the right to fill a vacancy, and they choose to fill the vacancy from people that had ran for the position and lost. If they choose to fill it from the pool of losers, they have to pick the person who got the next highest number of votes. And that way it respects the rule of the voter. So basically, let me give an example. I represent Goffstown. There was a pretty hotly contested school board race where there was a top six. You pick three. The top three ended up winning. 2 months later, there was a resignation on the school board, and the school board chose the person that received sixth place in that most previous election, instead of the person that received the next highest number of votes, who also applied for the position. So I guess what I want to say is I want this process to be fair, and I want to respect the will of the voters. So if the board chooses to fill a vacancy with an applicant that ran in any of the last 3 elections for office, they must first extend the offer to the runner-up in the most previous election. This doesn't require them to pick the runner-up. This says if they are going to choose somebody that ran in the previous 3 elections, they have to first extend it to the next highest vote getter that was a loser. I hope that makes sense to everybody. So the first loser. Okay. And that mainly the intent is just to respect the will of the voters. Sometimes in races, it benefits one party over the other, but it is I feel like in this sense is the most fair way to conduct picking a replacement for a municipal board. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. I think this is pretty straightforward. I'm sure I could have done better with this, but I was in another committee.
Questions. The chair recognizes Representative Guthrie for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I really have 2 if I have a runner-up. Isn't it possible that in the example you gave, that the school committee could have selected the next runner-up?
They could have.
If I could, Madam Chair, follow up to give another exception exception, which is a possibility where you have a two-person race with three candidates, and the third candidate gets 6 votes, because that's the way it is. The top 2 candidates overwhelmingly, and the third candidate is someone that just is running for because he's interested. Or she is interested. They would have to, if this bill passes, they would have to the school committee would have to offer the job, the replacement to that runner-up, even though he only got 3 or 4 votes.
They would not. They would not, because the language in here says if the committee chooses to fill a vacancy with an applicant who ran, if they must choose the first runner-up. They don't have to, right? Like, we're not forcing boards to pick the next runner-up in the most previous election. That candidate might not even want it anymore, right? Like, but we're saying in this situation, if they do, right? That board probably wouldn't choose the person who got 6 votes. But if they decided to pick somebody in the last election cycle, they'd have to at least offer it to that person who got 6 votes first. In that case, the situation in Goffstown, what happened is there is a board who, and this happened more or less in non-public, which I think was also against the law, but the filling of this vacancy happened based on almost an ideological, a belief that one candidate is going to carry the board's mission differently than another candidate. And the candidate who got 4th place is from a conservative wing of the town, and the candidate who got 6th place is from more of a left wing of the town. And so this situation, the school board picked the more left-wing candidate to help fill the vacancy. So again, I think I'm not trying to bring party into this at all, because this has nothing to do with partisan politics. What this has to do is respecting the will of the voter. So the next highest vote getter should be the one that the position's offered to if they choose to do it, but they don't have to.
Representative Colby has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking for clarification. I'm not sure that the language of the bill is the same as what you're describing, I guess. In how I read this, and please correct me, if a board receives applications, then they would have to review the last 3 prior elections to determine if any of the applicants have run for office.
Run for that particular position.
Correct. Then the bill would suggest they pass up all other candidates, even if an application came in that were more qualified, to offer the position to the first runner-up from the previous election. Am I?
No. What would happen is, say
Or
there's,
do they just have to notify?
say there's 3 people are looking to fill a position on the library board of trustees. One of them ran in the last previous election. The other 2 have never run for the position at all. The board could pick one of the other 2 that have never run for the position at all. But say at the library board of trustees, 2 of the candidates both ran for trustee, and they wanted to offer the position to one of those candidates, they would have to offer it to the person who got the most amount of votes in the last previous election. But they do not have to.
Follow up.
Yes.
That is not what the language describes.
Okay, so
that's why
explain
I'm confused.
explain me where the language is vague to you.
I'm just trying.
I'm not trying to ask
understand. I
committee
really
questions of the
apologize.
committee.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. If the committee chooses to fill a vacancy with an applicant who ran in any of the last 3 elections for the office, they must first extend an offer to the runner-up in the most recent prior election.
The way I see it is that's pretty straightforward. And this is the reason why this bill is so long is it has to do with budget committee membership, charter commission membership, cemetery trustee vacancies, district officer vacancies, town election vacancies, so like library boards, and supervisor of the checklist. That's why it's so long, is they had to change the RSA in every single place where a municipal board or school board is being appointed. But it says the same thing in every paragraph, just to make it clear across all the RSAs.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question.
Of course.
We all know that in local elections that we're talking about here, the dynamics change. Once an election is complete, the candidates selected or voted in or voted out. So that my question is, given that, isn't the right thing just to hold a special election and let the voters decide based on the remaining candidates that are available to them that are signed up? You know, have an open and honest election through a special election. I know there's some cost involved, but
Yeah, that's a great question, and this bill is in the committee hands. I was just trying to find a way to make it as inexpensive for a town to fill a vacancy while also respecting the will of the voters in the last previous election. So the towns already have a right to appoint somebody to fill these vacancies. All it's extending is the next highest vote getter would have an opportunity if they choose to fill it. But I don't think that we necessarily need a whole special election for it. I think it is an added cost for the town, and you might not have the same amount of turnout for that position. So the bill is in your hands, but I think that this is the most inexpensive way to also respect the will of the voters without having an extra election.
The chair will recognize Representative Stavis and then Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What if the runner-up in the most recent prior election has moved away?
Then they don't have to offer that position because they wouldn't be qualified for the
But it
position.
doesn't say that. Sorry, Madam Chair.
No,
follow up.
and respectfully, they can't offer the position to somebody who's not qualified to serve. I don't think you need the language in the RSA to say they have to offer it, even if they don't even live in the municipality or the zone, because they would be unqualified.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The chair recognizes Representative Walker.
This language is kind of contradictory in my view. You say here that if the board chooses to fill a vacancy with an applicant who ran in last 3 elections, you must first offer it to the runner-up. And then you say at the end of your sentence, but they don't have to. That kind of contradicts itself.
Okay. First sentence, if the committee chooses. Okay? That right there is them allowing the choice to pick between applicants that have ran before and those that have not. If they choose not to choose any of the applicants who ran, then it wouldn't this wouldn't even apply because nobody ran for that position. If they do, they must first extend it. Doesn't mean they have to.
May I follow up?
Yes.
How can a board choose not to fill a vacancy if it's on an important board? Maybe it's a town thing. I'm from the city of Rochester. That doesn't make sense to me. Because if they choose to fill it, they can leave it vacant. But if you choose to fill it, you must take the next guy.
If
That
the
next
committee
guy
that's
may not be qualified for it.
Representative, I think you're reading it wrong because if the committee chooses to fill the vacancy with an applicant, they must first extend it to the runner-up. They could choose not to fill it. They could choose to fill it. They could choose to fill it with Mickey Mouse, right? But if Donald Duck ran in the last election and Donald Duck was applying and they choose to go between Donald Duck, Minnie Mouse, and then Mickey Mouse didn't even run, they'd have to choose Donald Duck because he got the next amount of votes. I don't know how else to explain this. Maybe it's.
Representative Walker, could you shut your mic off?
All I know.
So I might be able to help here.
Thank you.
So the construct of the sentence might be a little off. I would like to see if then. So the if clause needs to be taken in its entirety. And it would be if the committee chooses to fill a vacancy with an applicant who ran in any of the last 3 elections. So all those things need to be true. Mm-hmm. If that's the way that they're going to do, with all parts being true, then the bill language says that they must first extend the offer to the runner-up with the most, well, it would be the person with the most votes in the most recent prior election. So you have to take it all together. And then I would also say that perhaps what you're trying to do here is make this be enabling. it's a choice. It's not you have to do it this way. It's you may do it this way if this is the path you're going down. I don't know if that helps. Further questions?
And thank you. I wasn't an English major, and I think the if-then clause really helps clarify that. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and there's no then in the sentence either. So, okay, Representative Gerard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Again, I appreciate what you have in this bill, and from what I'm hearing you say, basically, this may actually have the boards where they're sitting here trying to get candidates that haven't run for election, so that way, if there was somebody they didn't want to have on it, they could actually get around it that way, is basically, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly.
Yep.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking my question. What if there was a tie for the runner-up and, one more? Is that contemplated here?
It's not.
Okay.
It's a great question. I think that would be I don't.
Representative Grund. Grund is recognized, and then
I know you've had a couple ties, Representative.
and then Representative Guthrie, because you already asked a question. So Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So this is just selecting to fill the open vacancy, and then the following thing that happens is that there's an election because someone has to actually run for the remaining part of that position.
Yes.
So
That would
this
just be
could
to fill it.
So you're not asking to override that piece. You're
No.
just asking for that. It could be a 3-month piece. It could be a 6-month stint until they
10
have to.
days. Yep.
Okay,
It
thank
could be that's great. A good point.
Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me ask an additional question. Thank you for your question. I have a problem with whether or not this is necessary, because the school committee or the Board of Selectmen or whoever's making the appointment can follow this direction if they want. But are you assuming that the person who comes in third in a 2-person race is in fact the third choice of the electorate, or is it just that they happen to be in the race for a 2-person race and they come in third? I don't know if that's clear or not.
No, I mean, hypothetically, if there's more undervotes than that person received, maybe they aren't the third choice, but nobody else stepped ahead. Maybe if there's a write-in that received more votes than the person on the ballot for third place, they would offer it to the write-in because that person received more votes. So I think it's hypothetical. I mean, I don't know how else to answer that question, Representative.
If I follow up, Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
could, just quickly, it seems to me that what you're trying to do is a good thing, because I've been in this position a lot of times, and have always tried to pick that person who showed an interest, particularly if there was nobody else interested, because there's all kinds of possibilities. But I would suggest to you that without this bill, the individual committees who are making the reappointment or the fill-in appointment have the right to do this and should be aware that there's good process to follow what you're trying to do.
That it may be best practice, Representative. I think in the ideal world, if a committee make an appointment, they would first offer it to the next highest vote getter. I think if, I serve on the budget committee, if that was something that happened, I would be like, okay, well, who got the next amount? Like, who's interested? But I think the problem that we run into is, maybe not in your district, but in other districts, there are ideological boards, right, that have a clear position on something and they want to move in a certain direction. And the next highest vote getter might not be the one that helps them fulfill the mission that they're trying to do, but the 6th place person does. So what I'm trying to do, the intent of this bill is to respect the voters. In my situation of Goffstown, that, the person lost by 40 votes, but the person they picked was somebody that lost by hundreds. So it just seems like respecting what the voters did on town meeting day, they were a loser. Both of them were losers, right? But one was less of a loser, right? And I think in that situation, they should, if you're going to offer it, you're going to offer it to the next person.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Brody DeShays. Good morning, Mr. DeShays. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you to the committee. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to the bill as written. Our interpretation is the same as what Representative Colby shared, which is specifically we interpret extend the offer as offering the position to the individual, and we read it as provided that the board chooses to fill a vacancy. So if they choose to fill a vacancy on the committees and the boards listed in this legislation, if they offer that vacancy to anyone who ran in the last 3 elections, they must first extend the offer to the runner-up of the most prior election. Now, it's been pointed out that someone could be a runner-up but lose by a lot, and that happens often in many local elections. There are people who might be interested or unqualified for a board, and the voters reject them. And so that's the will of the voters. So to then make it so it's automatically that they become the first person who has to be offered the vacancy is kind of undermining the will of the voters. And it also impedes the ability of local boards and committees to determine who is the most qualified candidate to serve on the board. I also want to point out that that a person who ran in the previous 3 elections may have won or been an experienced incumbent. It's very often that boards will go to someone to fill a vacancy and to serve out the rest of a term who has experience and has won elections because they might not be interested in running again. So it kind of guarantees that the seat will open up again. But in the interim, you have a very experienced person who will be on the board and serving and help further good, efficient government for that community. Again, as pointed out by Representative Guthrie, this kind of impedes local boards and committees' ability to choose the most qualified and or experienced person. And boards do try to find, they try to choose candidates who have shown interest in serving the office, but there are times where someone has shown interest, but they're just not qualified and the voters have resoundingly rejected them in multiple elections. I would imagine a board or a committee is not going to want to appoint someone who the voters have rejected multiple times. I mean, the voters would probably be very confused and upset if that was the case. And these are also local issues and are best addressed locally. And this kind of overcomplicates a simple process. Boards and committees currently post, say, there's a vacancy, there's an opening, we're looking for applicants. People will write letters in, the boards will review those letters, and they will choose the person who is the most qualified. And they do take into context, have they ran in an election? Have they won an election? Have they served on a board? What's their experience? Professional experience oftentimes can be something they want to really consider in a candidate. So for all those reasons, we'd ask you to please reject the bill as written, and I'll answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And something that was asked earlier, I just want to get an opinion. If you're truly on the will of the voters, would you hold a special election instead?
I don't know if there's currently in statute the ability to hold a special election for some of these municipal offices should they become vacant, but the special election would happen there would be a special election, but it would happen because it would happen at the next town meeting. So when the election of officers happens. So let's say it's a select board and someone resigns with a year left on their term, there would be a special election that would happen at the next town meeting to fill out the rest of the term for the last year of it. However, there are times where, especially where you have a board of selectmen where it's 3 people, you don't want only 2 people on that board, right? Because then it requires, you have one person get sick or injured or couldn't make a meeting. Now you're not able to make a quorum, and your board of selectmen essentially would not be able to function. So there's a benefit to filling these vacancies before the special election, but no matter what, a special election is going to happen, whether or not you fill the vacancy. So I hope that answers your question.
Further questions? Okay. With regards to special elections, do you know for sure if municipalities have special elections?
Not in the sense like the legislature does, where one of the towns will say, you know, there's an opening on this, you know, for our legislative seat, and we're requesting a special election, and then you have a special election that's set, you know, on a very, it could be, you know, that's set by the Secretary of State. But there is a special election that happens after, like for example, I filled the vacancy of a library board of trustees seat previous to taking this role, and there was a special election to fill out the last year of that term. So it's typically you fill the vacancy or you leave it open, and then at the next town meeting, you elect someone to fill out the rest of the vacancy.
Yeah, I'm hesitating because using the term special election is a little confusing.
I
So,
agree.
Yeah.
I-
Okay. So I did have a question with regards to budget committee memberships. So, in your opinion, and I'm just zoning in on budget committee because I was a member of a cooperative school district budget committee, do you feel that this language is sufficient for the case where, like I said, a budget committee is cooperative and the committee membership is comprised of more than one town? Is this language sufficient to address that type of a case?
In my reading, the statute cited is not the statute for cooperative school district budget committees.
So that would be an omission in the bill?
It's just not included.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that was the last pink card that I have. So I will ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on the bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, there were 4 in support and 140 as opposed. On the paper sheet, we have 1 opposed.
Thank you. And with that, the public hearing on House Bill 562 is now closed. So we are a little bit behind schedule. Yes, we are. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on a proposed non-germane amendment number 2025-0153H to House Bill 125, enabling municipalities to tax standing wood and timber on land used for carbon sequestration. This amendment prohibits the placement of land owned by the county or state and land in trusts that receive public funding from being enrolled in carbon sequestration programs. The hearing is now open.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Arnold Davis. I represent Coos District 2. I'm from Milan, New Hampshire. Thank you for hearing my testimony here today. I am here to introduce this non-germane amendment to House Bill 123. This bill is This amendment is actually very simple. It prohibits county and state lands in any lands that receive public funding from being entered into the carbon sequestration program. These properties were purchased with tax dollars and intended for traditional uses. Putting these lands into carbon projects could disqualify them from some of these uses in which they were intended for. We may hear testimony today claiming that the state does not want to give up potential possible revenue in the future. They have not entered into carbon projects before. They're not doing any now. So if this is something that potentially could be done in the future, I believe it would be prudent to revisit this at that time. For now, I believe we should bring stability to the timber industry and to the wood products industry of New Hampshire. There's something called additionality. So if the premise behind this whole carbon sequestration program is to save trees and lessen greenhouse gas emissions to slow down global warming, then counting trees that are not going to be cut anyways disqualifies them from carbon projects. One example would be if there's a conservation easement that does not allow you to cut the trees anyways, this type of property would not qualify. So this is different than private landowners have rights. We're not trying to infringe upon that. But public lands paid for with tax dollars should be viewed differently. The public forests should be managed at a high standard, best forestry practices, not just for the woods product industry, but also for economic development, for wildlife habitat, for the prevention of forest fires, and for the health of the forest itself, plus recreation. Before I open up for questions, I just have kind of an FYI. This is the second carbon bill you guys have heard in a week. This whole premise is about sequestering carbon out of the atmosphere. Does anybody here know what the percentage of carbon that's in the atmosphere today? Would you believe me if I said it's less than 0.5%? Okay, so that's what the big fear is here. Now, it's a low number, but it's significant. I'm not trying to make light of it. If 12,000 years ago, where we're standing today was under ice. That number was lower. So moving that number just a little bit does matter. So this whole carbon premise is this state is 84% forested. We do a very good job of managing it for a lot of different reasons. I just don't like the idea that California, the compliance market, will continue to pollute at the same rate by purchasing credits that are actually making us manage our forests in a new way that I don't believe is beneficial to the state. And so with that, I'd open up for questions.
Are there questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, sorry, no. Representative Majori?
It might be more, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. It might be more of a question for you. I'm just trying to understand process. This seems like it's a germane amendment to what we're doing. So I'm not that it really might matter. I'm just trying to understand completely what we are doing.
Thank you for the question, Representative. So with regards to issues like this, amendments like this, it's at the determination of the Speaker. And the Speaker, as well as I believe that the House Clerk, reviewed the language and determined that it was non-germane. I will allow the Prime Speaker to supplement that explanation.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. The subject matter is similar, but it affects different RSAs. So I believe that was the reason for the non-germane amendment.
Yep. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Ouellette. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee members. I'll be very brief. Just to expand a little bit on what Representative Davis has said, I look at it and I think about it. We look at Franconia Notch, Cannon Mountain area. I mean, that's really a jewel of New Hampshire. The Department of Forest and Lands have done a great job managing that area, keeping it wild, keeping it open to hikers, skiers, and will continue to do so. So in the carbon sequestration market, if you have a piece of timberland that has no intention of ever being cut, it doesn't qualify for carbon sequestration. And that's a lot of our state lands. The other part, second thing I just want to bring out is land that is managed for carbon sequestration. A lot of times it really changes how we look at the land, how the land's used. Because not necessarily growing timber for carbon is compatible with animal habitat and recreation. If you do it on your private land, that's private land, and you know we all believe that you should have the freedom to do what you like with your property. But when it comes to state land or county land that's bought with public monies, the traditional uses of the land when the money was spent and bought for that property should stay intact. That concludes my my statement, and I'm open to any questions.
Are there any questions? I have a question. So I heard you say that the carbon sequestration program affects how the forests they are managed, but you also, I heard you say this carbon sequestration program also affects how these forests are used. So could you just expound upon what the impact would be for state-owned forests and how they would how that would impact the use of the forests for like the public?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Thank you. A lot of the traditional uses in our forests, of course, is hunting. And when we're growing carbon for sequestration, our main goal is to grow as much wood as fast as we can. So different species grow at different rates. Different species of animals have habitat in different species of wood, and they're not always the same. Fast-growing species is the best habitat or compatible habitat for our animals. So if you are growing a certain species of wood to get as much carbon as you can, you might have a very desert-like habitat for the animals. There won't be animals there because they don't produce the feed that they need. So that's one way where, you know, growing isn't compatible with traditional uses.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you please explain to me what it is about using a forest for carbon sequestration that in fact prevents it from being used for recreation and other uses?
Again, thank you for your question. It's kind of twofold. Again, looking at some of the traditional uses, like I just explained with hunting and losing some of the habitat. But the second part of it is, in most situations, a lot of situations we've seen around the country, the use of motorized motorsports in carbon sequestration is almost a conflict of philosophies. You know, they're growing the carbon to help the environment, but at the same time, they don't want gas-powered engines in that area. So it can be a conflict as far as motorized motorsports.
Yes.
Thank you for answering my question. Just a brief follow-up. So in fact, there's really nothing about using a forest for carbon sequestration that conflicts with using a forest for recreational purposes unless you restrict some kind of recreational purpose? I guess I'm trying to get at, what is it really that's different about a forest of standing trees that's used for carbon sequestration and any other forest?
Thank you again for your question. Again, on the motorized side, it's kind of a philosophical thing, but on the animal habitat thing, it's not. As a general rule, the best animal habitat for our deer and some of our smaller game is in the young forest because there's plenty of feed. When you have a mature forest that's not being cut because of growing carbon, you have large canopies and there's no light getting to the ground underneath and there's no feed for the animals. So a traditional use in New Hampshire, which, there's hundreds of thousands of hunters that it's possible that that land would not be conducted for hunters.
Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So when a contract is made by a town to purchase a piece of land, does the contract typically say what the continued use of the land would be, or does it just state purchase price and identify the tract of land? Or does the contract not say anything? The town decides the best use of the land?
Well, thank you for your question. And this non-germane bill excludes town business. So this bill have no effect over any municipalities. Only deals with counties and state.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so I guess, let me clarify. So when the town has land, right, for this carbon sequestration that we're talking about, it might be a town, when the contract was made to purchase that land, right, from the town, like the town purchased it from a person or whatever, would the contract say what the continued use of the land would be? So the town then needs to follow that, or do they get to decide the best use?
Could I interject? So just to help and to be
County or
clear,
state? Okay, county,
is that
yeah.
the non-germane amendment does not pertain to municipalities. It's only limited to counties or state
states.
forests.
So it's
Does
not
that help
state forest. Never
form
mind.
your question?
Thank you. Yeah, I
Okay.
was thinking of the original purchase. Thank you.
Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Skipping over the county and state and moving into, I think what's the sleeper here is the land in trusts. Does this effectively instruct private landowners what to do with their property?
In my opinion, absolutely not. This has to do with just public lands.
Additional questions? Representative Murphy.
Are there any public lands that have been gifted, and any of those gifts have restrictions on them?
Yes, there has been lands that have been gifted to the state. And as far as restrictions, I don't know. As far as carbon, not that I believe.
So like land was, for hunting or
Representative
whatever?
Murphy, do you have a follow-up? Yeah, do you? We're just trying to keep order. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking yet another question. Can you foresee some point in the future when forests used for carbon sequestration could coexist nicely with forests used for recreation and produce a significant amount of revenue for the state that would benefit taxpayers? And does this legislation forestall that evolution taking place?
Is it possible? It could be possible. But again, the land that was either bought by the state or given to the state I look at it as was done for traditional uses or had some restrictions on whatever there was. But I think that if the state wanted to have a piece of property and wanted to put it in something that wasn't traditional or part of the purchase or gift, then they have the option to come back to this this body and have it approved.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Jason Stock. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And the second time in 2 weeks we've come together to talk carbon. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. We oppose this amendment, and let me explain why. Last week there was a lot of discussion about taxes, timber taxes, and I provided a copy of our organization's kind of policy statement, and kind of the filter that we use when we evaluate policy proposals relative to forest carbon. Representative Colby hit the nail on the head. Lines 12 and 13. This shall include any land put into trust which receives any public money from the state. When we read that, I immediately called our attorney and said, what does this mean? And he said, it's a great question. People and families put land in trust all the time. Revocable, irrevocable trust. You do it as part of your estate plan. You have children, you want to pass that land down to your children, or you have a spouse, it's all part of your personal estate planning. You'll put your assets into trust. And so that's, when we look at this language, there's kind of two checkoffs there. One, is it in a trust? Sure, I put it into trust, so my children, I can do it as part of my estate planning. The second piece is any public money from the state. Any public money. So let's say I get a grant from the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department to do some wildlife habitat management out there. I'm going to mow some fields. I'm going to create some whippoorwill habitat for a bird that's not as abundant as it should be. Or I'm going to get a grant from the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture to control some invasive plant species or an invasive bug to help me defray my cost. That checks box 2. And so in this instance, when we look at this bill, both boxes are checked, and that would prohibit me or my family, that land that's in my family trust, from enrolling in a forest carbon program. And so in our position statement, we were very clear, a landowner's ability, and this is a property rights issue for us. Here you have a landowner that wants to enter into a private contract with someone that wants to buy an asset on their property, in this case, carbon. The value of those trees is standing carbon. This, as proposed, in those instances where it's in a trust and I may have received any money, it could be a grant, or the state could have purchased a piece of a right-of-way across my property, or Department of Transportation gave me money to pile snow or something. Who knows? I would be prohibited from exercising that property right to enter into a private contract with an entity that wants to purchase my carbon. So for that reason, we oppose this bill. On the issue of public land, they can coexist with recreation. They certainly can coexist, and as I testified last week, they can coexist with forest management, albeit the forest management will change. We do support the sponsor's intent on that piece. And again, as I testified last week, we have members on this issue that are landowners. We have members that are also loggers, foresters, and sawmills. And when we evaluated this issue, we said, look, where do we draw the line? We recognize property rights, that's clear. On public land, particularly state land, it's our belief that there were traditional uses when that property was acquired with public money. There were traditional uses. Carbon was not contemplated. If it is the desire of the general court to start entering, allowing state forests to enter into carbon contracts, then codify that in law. But that land was purchased with money that was public money, with an expectation that that land would be managed for multiple traditional uses that include recreation and, of course, forest products. The state lands, the Division of Forests and Lands does a great job managing our forest, and that their timber sales and their forestry are an important source of raw material for our mills across the state. And what we would like to avoid is a situation where someone says, aha, I've got a clever way to plug a budget hole. Let's take all this state land and roll it into a carbon program, and here we go, problem solved. And so for that reason, we thought, we took the position that, certainly in the case of state lands, that it was not appropriate at this point to just say, all right, enroll those in, or allow those to be enrolled in a carbon program. Again, you're the arbiter on all of this. You're the general court, and you can decide at a later date, yeah, go for it. Let's do some carbon, and let's try to do that. But at this point, we're of the opinion, keep state land, using the traditional uses, continue to manage it as we have. But and so with that, I'll conclude my testimony. I'm happy to try and answer any questions, and I appreciate your patience with this tricky subject.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think that this is not a single issue, but a whole group of issues that requires a tremendous amount of study from both policy, environmental, financial stakeholders?
I do. And last week, you got a glimpse into the timber tax, kind of the municipal tax piece of it. This week, you're getting another glimpse into kind of public land management and kind of the bigger picture of land management. You've heard in testimony about kind of the additionality and some of the bigger picture issues about just carbon trading in general, California markets, there are private markets out there. There are entities out there such as Microsoft that will, because of some of their environmental policies and goals, will enter into what are called voluntary markets. This is a big issue. It's a new issue. And again, as I offered last week, Representative Davis, Chairman Power, we're willing to work with the committee if you do wish to do a study and take a bigger picture look at this. And we certainly want to work with the sponsors of the bill and make sure that we can come to some resolution. But this is a big, big issue.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And this is a fascinating topic, one that we don't typically hear in municipal and county. So it's fascinating just to try to understand it, which is the nature of my question. So I think of the Southeast Land Trust now, which has forests which were purchased through grants. Do I understand correctly that to the best of your knowledge, they could not enter into that voluntary market to sell carbon credits currently?
They can.
They can.
Yeah, and in fact, last week there is a registry in the state of New Hampshire of, so if you enter into a carbon program, that land gets that land gets enrolled in a registry at the Division of Forest and Lands. And there are some land, I believe there are 2 land trusts currently in that registry right now. I think it's, bear with me, I think it's, let me just take a peek. Lakes Region Conservation Trust is one of them. So there are land trusts that can enroll in it. Can enroll in case of SELT, Monadnock, nonprofits can. Now again, coming back to the bill, if that land were in some way, shape, or form in a trust, however you define what is a trust, if that parcel is in a trust and there was any public money part of either the transaction or part of the stewardship work that's occurring on the property, if this non-germane amendment were to pass, that would be bumped out of eligibility. You're welcome.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. Is it your understanding that the New Hampshire Old Growth Forest Network would be eligible to enroll in a carbon sequestration program?
I'm not familiar with that. If it's an organization or if it's a landowner, I can't speak to that. What I do know is the way many of these carbon contracts do work is there is a purchase of standing carbon, so an inventory is done. The existing carbon that's on the property is valued and purchased, and then there's subsequent growth that will get sold at future dates, depending on tree growth. And so I don't know if the entity that you're mentioning is in fact a land trust, but if they're a private entity that owns real estate, old growth or otherwise, and that's why I'm raising this, there are opportunities to participate in carbon markets.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair calls Ms. Meredith Hatfield. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. You heard from us last week on the underlying bill where we raised concerns, and we also have concerns with this proposed amendment, many of which have already been raised, so I won't repeat them. But we do believe that participating in a forest carbon market can coexist with a lot of traditional uses, and we've actually seen the folks at the state level who are charged with protecting and managing our state lands do a really good job of making sure that they have the ability to do what they need to do on our state lands. So we would urge you to not hamstring counties or state agencies from having options for a variety of ways of managing lands. We think it actually wouldn't be workable to come back to the legislature if there was an opportunity to do so and to have to seek specific legislation in that instance. And we also, as I said last week, we do think this is a very complicated issue and that it probably would benefit from further study and investigation. And lastly, I'll say again, we are very sympathetic to the concerns in the North Country around the Connecticut Lakes headwaters, which seems to have inspired a lot of this legislation and the future of the forest products industry. So we think that also merits attention from all of us in the state, not just folks in the North Country. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Robert Johnson. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's Policy Director. And Farm Bureau is an organization of the 10 county Farm Bureau organizations, and our membership is made up of family farms, supporters, and affiliated businesses, just under 2,500 in total. And our members own and manage hundreds of thousands of acres throughout the state. We took no position on the underlying bill, and nor do we have one, but we are opposed to this amendment. And it's already been mentioned, but that sentence in lines 12 and 13 shall not include any land put into trust which receives any public money from the state. Any public money from the state. There's farm and forest land all over the state that is under an easement that may or may not be, but may be in a trust. And anybody who understands conservation easements, they often requires money being cobbled together from all kinds of sources, including state. The way this reads as well, it says, it says that which receives any public money from the state. Well, what about federal money that goes to the state and then dispersed that way? Is that included? It's a question. We don't know. I think what in listening to Representative Doucette in answering the questions, it appears to me that he's reading that last sentence to say this shall include any land put into public trust, is my guess. But that's not what this says. We strongly believe that landowners, private landowners, that option is valuable to enter the carbon market, and we want to preserve that. I guess in closing, I'd just like to point out another example is just to think about it. I'm a private landowner. I've put my property into a trust for various reasons, and I don't think I have to explain those. And I have been approached by an entity that would like to put a trail, a public use trail through my property, and I say sure, and their state funds that go to that. That now prohibits me from participating in a carbon market. That's just not right. Dan, thank you for your attention. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Brody DeShays. Welcome back.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee. For the record, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are in support of this amendment, Representative Davis's other amendment to have a yield tax on carbon tonnage, and the underlying bill. I won't rehash some of the things that have been discussed with some of the concerns with the amendment from some other stakeholders. We're gonna have a meeting later today to kind of, discuss more in depth how exactly we want to deal with this issue. But the issue is that the state may gain revenues from entering into these types of lease agreements to allow carbon sequestration, but it does at the municipality's detriment and their local taxpayers and the local timber industry. By not incentivizing the reasonable cutting of timber, there is no collection of the yield tax by the municipalities. And some municipalities, such as Pittsburgh, each year, 5 to 10% of their budget is funded with timber tax. The reason for this carbon sequestration industry existing is because of tax schemes in other states and countries that are kind of creating this new artificial industry, and ultimately it'll hurt municipalities unless municipalities are able to tax the carbon tonnage and be able to recoup those lost revenues from the timber tax. And also there's a trickle-down effect where the timber industry, disproportionately in the North Country, Carroll County or Grafton County, where they're going to lose their own business revenues. Once you start stop cutting timber as much, there's just less productivity in the entire industry that depends on the timber cutting. As was previously stated by our organization, and I'll restate it again, RSA 79:5, which currently is the existing statute that tries to deal with the loss of timber revenues is unworkable, and we wouldn't recommend that municipalities utilize that statute to try to gain tax revenue via credits for uncut timber, standing timber. It's too ambiguous. The way it's written is based on general taxation, based on previous laws. So it wouldn't solve the issue. Solving the issue is taxing the carbon tonnage as a yield tax under the existing timber tax RSA 79, and helping municipalities be able to preserve this revenue source that helps their property taxpayers. Thank you.
Are there questions with regards to the non-germane amendment? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Bill Ardinger. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the committee. It's good to be here. My name is Bill Ardinger. I'm an attorney at Rath, Young and Pignatelli in the Concord office. Our client is Aurora Sustainable Lands. Aurora is the entity that is the current private owner of the Connecticut Lake Headwater Forest. 146,000 acres of very important land for the state of New Hampshire, for the North Country, and for all of those who use that precious property. I am here today to testify in opposition to this non-germane amendment. The reasons have been stated. Representative Colby was dead on correct with the question. What does that second sentence mean? If this bill only applies to land that is owned directly or indirectly by the state or a county government, my client has no immediate concern with that. However, if you look at the lack of clarity in that second sentence, one of the most poorly drafted, unclear sentences, which involves very significant stakes, we don't know what the word "this" means. We don't know, it may be, as the sponsors and representatives indicated, oh no, this refers to the first sentence, which means only state-owned land. If that's the case, again, Aurora need not be directly involved in this particular issue. Include land put in a trust. What kind of trust? In fact, Aurora owns the Connecticut Lakes Headwater Forest through a special form of trust, which got us here to the table to bring testimony to your committee on this non-germane amendment. Receiving public money from the state. Mr. Stock and others who testified pointed this out. It's unclear what that means. I grew up in Cornish, New Hampshire, on a farm. My parents, who've passed away, owned the farm in trust. They had much of the forest land enrolled in current use. They received grants, my parents did, and I helped them with it, on various cases for agricultural grants and others. Does this apply to that family farm? Now, I'm speaking for myself here, not Aurora, but it would be many, many, many other private owners, as has been testified to. One thing that hasn't been testified to is if the legislature were to try to write this correctly, to apply to private-owned property, where private owners have the right to decide to harvest timber, they have the right to let people on for tourism uses. They have many ways of earning income. Aurora does, but so do private landowners. And one of those may be this developing carbon sequestration system out there. Another way to get income from your private ownership of private property. The Constitution of this state and the federal Constitution prohibits governments from taking private property, either directly through eminent domain or in many cases and one I think this language would point to, where it's kind of targeted to a particular format, it would prohibit a regulatory taking. In other words, taking away the right of a private owner to benefit from their private property. I think that if this language were interpreted to apply to private property, you would have another issue that other people who testified haven't brought forward, but that it would violate the federal and state constitution. New Hampshire has one of the strongest protections for private property rights in the country. And we just had an amendment a number of years back that strengthened that even more. I'd finally close with, and be happy to take questions, that Aurora, my client, continues to manage its property, this very precious property, consistent with the terms and the spirit of the conservation easement with the state of New Hampshire. We work with the state of New Hampshire regularly. We in trying to get the stewardship plan finished. We're working on that. We work with stakeholders. We are very happy to have timber harvesting continue on the property, even though it's been enrolled in a carbon program since 2013. And it's been, the fact that it's been enrolled has been in the existing state stewardship plan. There's been harvesting going on regularly of timber since that time period, subject to important things like weather and markets. Weather has been very tough up there recently, with entire road systems washed out and with warmer, this winter we've got a frozen pack in my family's property. When you had frozen land, that was the time to do the harvesting. We've got frozen land, but our roads have been washed out up there. So I think there's a lot of reasons that go in, but we are continuing to harvest up there consistent with the terms of the easement. We are also very supportive of tourism efforts, of motorized vehicles, of hunting, and of preserving the incredible quality of that forest for wildlife, for the environment, and we intend to continue to do so. And the fact that we're here is just to let you know how much a partner we intend to be with the state of New Hampshire. But we expect that the state will continue to work with us as a private owner, consistent with private property rights. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ardinger. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The last pink card that I have here is from Mr. Matt Leahy. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, I'm Matt Leahy. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Society of Protection of New Hampshire Forest. We also oppose this amendment, and we do that knowing, as you've heard from some of the previous speakers, the concerns about these forest carbon markets, specifically the loss of tax revenue to municipalities. So we understand that, but the Forest Society also views these forest carbon projects as just another tool that a forest landowner could use to help them better manage their forest resources. So it's, again, it's a tool. So, our concern with the amendment is to have, first a blanket prohibition as it would apply to state and county properties, but probably more of concerning to us, and we are a private nonprofit land trust, that one sentence that's been discussed, I mean, we certainly view that as impacting private forest landowners. That's a concern. So again, the issue of forest carbon, forest management is very complex. You could literally talk for days and weeks about this subject. And so, what's being proposed, we just think is sort of a overreach about the current level of forest land that's actually enrolled in New Hampshire in these forest markets. The state of New Hampshire Division of Forest Lands does have a carbon registry, and I think there's 7 or 8 properties that are enrolled, totaling about 180,000 acres. 140,000 of those acres is one project. So I just think as we're trying to figure out a way to be fair to municipalities who may be losing revenue from these deals, that we don't go too far in the other direction and actually end up prohibiting decisions that a forest landowner may want to take to help them manage their forest recess. So again, we oppose the amendment, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So that is the final pink card that I have. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? So seeing none, I will recognize Representative Gilman to read out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, we had 8 in support and 35 in opposition. On today's blue sheet, we have 3 in support and 2 in opposition.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing on non-germane amendment 2025-0153H to House Bill 123. Okay, we are behind schedule, and at this time, I will open the public hearing on House Bill 490 relative to indemnification for municipalities adopting policies to address homelessness. The chair recognizes Representative Howard to introduce the bill, and I appreciate your patience as we are behind schedule.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. No worries. I'll make it quick for everybody. And also thank you, honorable committee members. Homelessness has been a growing problem in New Hampshire, and HB 490 is enabling legislation that gives municipalities additional tools to combat this issue. The bill is pretty simple, as we all like to say, as it just removes liability from municipal properties being used as shelters. Right now, under current law, if a shelter were to be set up by a municipality in a space that was not fully suitable, there are a number of potential lawsuits that could arise. For example, if a space did not have the proper bathroom facilities or there was not proper snow removal. Compare that to their current living situation of the woods or in people's backyards or on the street, and this is far more preferable. Municipalities want to help people get off the street, but they are worried about the potential consequences of a lawsuit. The worry that they have is completely valid, because whether it is an ambulance chaser or a legitimate claim, money that was not available to upgrade or fix these shelters in the first place would be redirected to any damaged party. Under this bill, legal action against municipalities has to prove that they were beyond neglectful and act with a conscious disregard for the safety of others. As long as municipalities are trying to do the right thing, they will be protected. If we can pass this bill, we can do a lot of good, help a lot of people, and open more shelter, all through local control. Thank you so much. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Colby is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Howard. The majority of municipalities have hazard mitigation plans. These plans define specific public buildings that can be used as temporary shelters. I noticed the term temporary shelter being added here. Would this also benefit municipalities and indemnify them through using
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. If I'm not mistaken, in order to be eligible for FEMA funding, we actually have to have some of these things covered and make sure that we actually have shelters available for people in municipalities. So having this indemnification would really help kind of cover a lot of those bases.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. this indemnification, if the homeless shelter was set up and it was not per code for fire prevention, and in the unfortunate situation, a fire actually occurred and we had death and injury as a result, would that still be, would they still be indemnified or not?
So I think that it would have to be a case by case basis because as if you can read section 3 of the bill, any action to recover damages arising out of the appropriate authority can be taken up in court as legal action, and people can make claims against the municipality. Just there has to be proof that, as I said, there has to be. 1 second, I need to find this. They have to. Sorry, they have to. Here it is. Sorry, apologies. Legal action against municipalities has to prove that they were beyond neglectful and act with conscious disregard for the safety of others. So it's the fact that they have to prove that they were beyond neglectful. This means that they were not necessarily doing everything that they could to make sure that these properties were as up to code as possible. And for the most part, a lot of the buildings that are being used, they are completely up to code. It's just some of the minor things, like I had mentioned with snow removal, where if we can get, if we don't necessarily have the proper snow removal out in front of these shelters, they can't legally be used, as there could be potential hazards for like slipping on ice per se. And if somebody gets injured on our property, we're liable. So it's just trying to cover those bases so that we can try to make sure that as many properties are useful as possible. I don't necessarily know if there would be one that would be used that wouldn't be up to fire code, but on the case that it was, I would potentially say it depends on the case by case scenario and whether or not there was another shelter available that did meet those codes.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have a definition of beyond neglect?
I personally do not. I think that that's something where I think that the courts need to look at that and kind of determine, as I said, on a case by case basis.
Additional questions? I have a question. I would assume that this is not permitted right now. So this is a totally new use for public property. My question is, with regards to, I understand that this bill would allow municipalities to be able to provide temporary shelter for homeless. So that would be food and housing on public property. Is there any provisions for, I guess, oversight with regards to health and safety of all of those offerings or provisions?
I don't believe that there are necessarily any in that regard. It's just the fact that we do have a number of shelters. I mean, for instance, I know that there are some people from Stratford County who are going to be speaking in a little bit about the Willand warming shelter and kind of the situation that is going on there. And I mean, that's a real world situation that I think that they could provide a little bit more information as to the need for that and kind of what they are doing to provide those services to make sure that people are fed, make sure that people have access to the healthcare that they need while they're currently in those shelters.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Nick Taylor. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor. I'm the Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We are a statewide organization that advocates for pro-housing policy, and our members include developers, landlords, lenders, property managers, homeless shelters, and more. We appreciate the intent. We don't have a formal position on this bill. and it only really kind of came to our attention recently, so I apologize for not having a chance to talk to the sponsor about this either. But so we appreciate the intent of what we're trying to do here. Homelessness is a major issue in New Hampshire. The point in time count has gone up by over 50% from 2022 to 2023. And, municipalities certainly need, and the state need more tools to try and make this happen. The concerns that our members have expressed to us around this is what the representative brought up around code and lowering safety standards that would potentially put folks at risk. And that this could create a situation where there's essentially a race to the bottom, where you're using shelters and structures that are not suitable for folks to be living in and not safe. And that, in our opinion, can't be the answer to addressing our homeless crisis. Is we can't just say, oh, we've got an abandoned building over here that doesn't have bathrooms, that isn't heated, that may not be up to code, and let's go put folks over there so we they're out of sight in some cases. And again, not saying that's the intent necessarily here, but that is a concern that came up about how this could be implemented. There have been a lot of really great conversations, and I believe even last year around legislation around innovative solutions, pods, temporary structures, these things that may be outside of existing building code that are sort of on the cutting edge of how do you provide a temporary shelter in the midst of a crisis. I think that has an incredible amount of merit to be able to look at, take a peek, make sure that our laws aren't preventing that or mitigating risk there. But we do have a lot of data on best practices for addressing homelessness. That includes systems of care, that includes person by person identification, that includes structures that provide health care, that includes being able to, when folks are getting sheltered, have access to additional resources. In our opinion, that's the direction we should be going on this, rather than just opening up potentially unsafe environments. But again, we don't have a formal position, and would be happy to work with the sponsor and the committee on any solutions if there is a agree upon area moving forward, and happy to take questions.
Questions for Mr. Taylor? Seeing none, thank you. And the last pink card that I have is the Honorable Mr. Chuck Grassi. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and members of the committee. I'm Chuck Grassi from the city of Rochester, and I introduced this bill last year, and it came before this committee and was sent in from study. I've been working for the last 3 years with the Stratford County Committee on Homelessness, and it's faith-based leaders, welfare directors from the local communities, and other individuals who work in the homelessness issue. And on the policy committee, which I served on with the welfare directors from the 3 cities in Stratford County, we were looking at what are the obstacles to providing housing. This is a very complicated issue, and we were looking for something that we could do to be meaningful to help communities address housing. This is not a replacement for shelters, real shelters that provide services and safety and convenience for those who are homeless. We did a survey in the Stratford County area, and we found that there were approximately 1,400 people who were functionally unhoused. These are people who may be couch surfing, living in their cars, living in tents or boxes in the woods, or being put up in hotels by the local communities. Most of it's very expensive when we deal with homelessness. Also, as a former state representative, I used to receive numerous phone calls from people who had homeless encampments in their backyards or just beyond their property. In fact, the biggest culprit that I had here was Spalding Turnpike runs through Rochester, and it runs through my district. And I would get calls from people saying that they're behind my house and I've got an encampment there and they're leaving trash all over the place. What can I do? I call the city of Rochester and they say it's on state property. Well, the thing is yeah, it's on state property, but there's nobody there to move them off that property. And when we do move them off that property, all we do is we chase them to another piece of property in somebody else's backyard. If a municipality has a piece of land that may be available where they can set up their tents, why aren't we able to use that? I served on the city council in Rochester for over 20 years, served with Representative Walker here for many years, and we looked at solutions for many problems. And if you're a city councilman or a board of selectmen member, when you have approach where you're town administrator or a city manager may come in and say, we've got a piece of land that we'd like to use that maybe we can move these homeless people to. It may be at a park that hasn't been used much, or an area, or even a parking lot that isn't being used, or behind a building, or maybe it's a vacant building that you have. I would look at my administrator and my manager, and I would say, what are our liabilities? And he said, well, he would say, or he or she would say, if somebody gets hurt, we're probably going to get sued. And I would say, nope, not going there, because I don't want to put my taxpayers in the situation of having lawsuits that could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to the taxpayers if somebody was to be injured. These people are currently living in the woods. Let's start with that proposition. When we met as a policy committee, the the welfare directors of Rochester, Dover, Somersworth, the housing administrator in Dover as well, we talked about that these people are living in the woods right now. They're living in boxes, they're living in tents, they're living under tarps. Communities have land that may be a better place for them to be. We may have a vacant garage, which we can make safe. What it says in the bill is that if employees intentionally act to create harm or risk of harm, or acted with a conscious disregard for the safety of others, then we're responsible. But if we don't meet that criteria, then we should be held harmless if a community decides to provide an opportunity. Stratford County has the Willard Warming Center. And what happened there is that they were licensed basically to have 80 people in the center. And I met with the city manager of the city of Dover, and he went in and he said, we've got a lot of people. I went in, it looked like a military barracks, quite honestly. There were bunk beds. People were living in them. People were sleeping in them in the evenings, but they weren't there during the daytime. They had their stuff stored. And he said, this is unsafe. You got stuff that's stored here overnight. We're not supposed to have anything here stored overnight. What are these people supposed to do with their stuff, particularly if they're going to a job? And then when they got to a point where they had maybe 120 people show up on a very cold evening, some of them were pitching their tent on the grounds. That wasn't unsafe. It was very safe. It was safer than being where they were out in the woods or in somebody's backyard causing a disruption to the people who own that property. This was a bill that was a simple approach to allow communities to address the situations for temporary places for shelter while they're dealing with it. You get many communities, particularly small communities, it's not in their budget to put up a homeless shelter. A lot of times they send them to the cities, and the cities end up with them living on the streets or living in people's backyards. And in drafting this bill, I felt this was a way to approach the situation to provide so that there wasn't a roadblock to a community saying, we can do something here. It's not perfect, but it's a start. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. So at this time, I would ask, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote sign-in, we had 135 in support and 8 in opposition. And on today's blue sheet, we have 1 in support.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 490. So if there are people wishing to provide testimony and you have your pink cards, please pass them forward. We are slightly behind schedule, and I appreciate your patience. We had a lot of people wanting to testify, so at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 668 FN Local, authorizing municipalities to hold a referendum to rescind the licenses of historic horse racing facilities. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Ohm, the prime sponsor, to introduce the bill to the committee. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to the representatives of the committee. You've heard my first bill, which is to allow an opt-in, and this is the other part of the process, to allow an opt-out. This bill is essentially a tool in your toolbox to deal with possible problems in your community. What the bill does is gives local control over casino locations. If you like your casino at your location, you can keep it. If you don't like it, you can ask them to move or you can shut them down. So why do we need this bill? Well, as I mentioned previously, cities and towns were never allowed to have an opt-in vote on casinos in your local city and town. The bill that allowed the historic horse racing machines was a very simple bill and said that if you have a charitable gaming license, you can apply for a HHR license, which turns out to be slot machines. Okay. Now, in the past, on various casino bills that Ways and Means had worked on, if you wanted to do expanded gaming, you're required to have a referendum by the city and town. The state will allow it, but you, the city and town, you, the municipality, have that decision to take it or leave it. Not available in this current legislation that allowed the HHR machines. So these tend to be very profitable devices. If you have slot machines in other jurisdictions, you typically have a very large license fee in the order of $25 million to $80 million just to have a license to have these type of machines. Massachusetts, we charge nothing, $250. In other jurisdictions, if you have these machines, there's a pretty considerable tax on these. In Massachusetts, if you buy a license for $25 million, you're subject to a 49% tax. Here in New Hampshire, we have to give 25% to the state and to charities, and the operator keeps 75%. Pretty generous. So now you have an enterprise that has non-existent license fee, a very high margin, and the ability to put slot machines wherever they want them. So what's happening? Well, what's happening is the mom and pop operators in charitable gaming, Lucky Moose in Nashua, where I live, sell out to the big investors because they're saying, well, geez, I can put in a slot casino with very little expense to do it and very good terms if I put it in. I pay roughly 5 3/4% to charities under state law. The rest is split to the lottery. A pretty good deal. So the mom and pop operators are selling out to the big investors, ECL Entertainment, Delaware North, large out-of-state corporations, no problem. Because they have a lot of capital, and they use that capital to put these licenses into a much bigger building. In my case, I live in Nashua. The Pheasant Lane Mall is our main shopping center. Sears is one of the 5 big stores there. They're out of business. That's vacant. So Sears gets bought out. And now we have a casino coming in that'll be opening next month. It'd be over 1,000 machines, same square footage, and it'll attract a big crowd. So what's the impact on the local folks? Well, I spent 10 weeks campaigning, and I asked people what their concerns are. And I'm sure they're the concerns that you've heard from your constituents, which is property taxes. We've had a snap revaluation in Nashua. Our typical property, which is in the order of $400,000 to $100,000 now, has gone up $100,000 valuation, and that caused our tax bill to go up about $1,000. So we're pretty unhappy about the property taxes in Nashua, and I'm sure your cities and towns are feeling the same way. So then they asked me, well, what are we going to do about it? Well, I said, well, we got this big casino coming up in the Pheasant Lane Mall. Can they do something for us? No, they're not required. The best we can do is say, well, we want to be one of the charities. Maybe we can get a piece of the action. Maybe, you know, 1/2 of 10 days a year for some mitigation, maybe $100,000. I would point out that in other casino bills that we had, there was a lot of thought given to mitigation by the host community, our communities. That mitigation was in the form of 5% off the top. We don't have that. It's not in the horse racing bill. The casino operators have no obligation to give anything to the cities and towns besides their very modest property tax. At the Pheasant Lane Mall, for example, it's $188,000 on the current valuation. You know, for a business that's going to put out $24 million to charity, $20 million to charity, $200,000 to the city of Nashua. Seems a little unbalanced. So what I'm suggesting is that we set ourselves up to a bit of negotiation. Shouldn't we have a tool in our toolbox that says, if you're not treating us right, and this would be voluntary, there's no statutory obligation to do anything for the city and towns. But if you're not treating us right, so we have in our toolbox that says, you know, we enjoyed you being here for 3 years, but now your license is coming up for renewal. And, you know, our citizens are kind of concerned about property taxes, the cost we have to pay for schools, which is most of our property tax, and you're not doing anything for us. So maybe we should negotiate. Now, if you don't have any tools to negotiate, well, good luck. If you have a tool that says, you don't want to talk to us, we're going to put out a referendum and see what the folks think. And see if the people who are unhappy about their property taxes and see this casino with the traffic and the other issues, which is documented in this long handout, that maybe we don't want you anymore and we'll say, thanks for your 3 years, but time to move on. So let me talk a little bit about the cost of crime in casinos. This document is a 20-year study of every county in the United States.
Excuse me, Representative Ohm. Could you focus your testimony on the issue of the opt-out provision?
I shall.
And focus on that, and because we do have a lot of pink cards, so if you could target your testimony and seek to finish up.
Having laid the foundation for the out provision, The provision is that the city and town has the right to call a referendum as to whether this enterprise, this horse racing casino, shall be allowed to stay or not. The bill says that if we choose to, either the citizens with a 5% vote of the people in town or the town administrators can call a referendum and ask, do we want to have this casino license remain in place, or do we want to have it revoked? That's the tool. I hope you consider some of the reasons for having that tool, and the choice is yours. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a really quick question. If a municipality were to vote in favor of prohibition while there is an existing operation in place, how much notice would the municipality be required to give to the owner operator?
Yeah, that's specified in the statute for referendums. And that's an excellent question, because you can't shut down an existing business. You can only shut down the license. The timing on this is at the annual town meetings. So when you have your votes for your budget, this would be part of that process. And it would not be retroactive, it would be prospective. When the license comes up for renewal and this referendum passes, that license shall not be renewed in that jurisdiction.
Further questions? I had a quick question. So, with regards to, I guess, gambling or this casino licensing, is there a separate license for like the casino, for example, like the, what is it called? The what moose? The Lucky Moose in Nashua?
Right.
So there's a separate license for that operation. And then is it correct that there's a separate license for HHR?
The license for the Lucky Moose is $250, and they can apply to have historic racing, which they have, and were granted. So you have a charitable gaming operation, card games, standard, blackjack and hold'em tournaments. You were allowed to apply for a license for expanding that to historic racing. And 14 of the charitable gaming establishments were qualified for that.
So a follow-up is this bill pertains just to that secondary license to allow HHR? It wouldn't be shutting down the entire operation. It's just that particular game.
Yes,
of chance.
the facilities that have HHR machines would be shut down. If they don't have HHR, they're not going to be effective.
Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I assume that these slot machines cost a considerable amount of money to the owner of the casino. If they lose their license, would they have a claim of, in essence, unlawfully taking of their property?
I would be skeptical on that. First, these machines tend to be leased rather than purchased. If they are purchased, they have a license for 3 years to operate these machines. They're not guaranteed beyond 3 years for these machines. They've made a business decision as to what to invest, how long they can have them, and what kind of profit they can make to pay for that enterprise. Beyond that would be speculation.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Alicia Preston. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you. I am Alicia Preston. I represent the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association. We are here in opposition of this bill. As it was just indicated, it would rescind the rights of existing businesses to continue practicing businesses. For your information, there are 14 historic horse racing licenses in the state. 11 are operational. There are 5 more in the application process. It caps out at that. There are no other applications allowed to be accepted by the state of New Hampshire until 2031. So there is already a limit on this. These 11 operating and the 3 that are building out have spent millions of dollars in order to have the space, the time, and the facilities to operate historic horse racing. Some do buy them. Some do lease them, and they have long-term contracts. But if you were to look at where these physical businesses were and what they looked like before the authorization of historic horse racing in 2021, you would see the incredible amounts of money these operators have put in to make it a full gaming experience. If a town were to rescind their right to practice, they would absolutely lose an enormous amount of money that they've given to New Hampshire, and to, of course, the hundreds of charities that benefit from HHR. Just in December, so that you know, that's the recent numbers I have, the state received $2.5 million in revenue from historic horse racing, and charities received $1.4 million. And for those reasons, we are opposed to this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Miss Ann Fichera. Did I say that right?
You did.
Oh,
You did
good.
Perfect.
Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you all for taking the time and allowing us to come in and speak on this. I'm from New Hampshire Soccer Association, the executive director, and I'm speaking in opposition of this bill. New Hampshire Soccer Association provides inclusive soccer programming, including our adaptive soccer program for children with disabilities. Charity gaming has been essential in allowing us to offer scholarships and reduce financial barriers, ensuring all children can participate. We strongly oppose the Bill 668 as losing this funding would severely impact our ability to support children's physical and mental well-being, limiting access of positive activities and excluding families from participating in programs that they rely on. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Edwin Smith. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I feel somewhat like an old home day because I was a former legislator, and 12 years were spent in this room. So it looks familiar. You haven't changed much in here, except the microphones. We had to speak louder then. I represent, after my legislative engagement, I still continue to help. The applications for charity gaming are state forms. Once you've filled out one, it's easy to fill out 2, 3, and 4. So I do 4 of them. And I'm here to tell you about 2 of them and what the benefits are from the charity gaming that they have received. The Spofford Lake Association is a popular destination in New Hampshire. Spofford Lake Association's mission is to protect, enhance, and sustain the ecological, environmental, and recreational character of Spofford Lake and the surrounding watershed. The Spofford Lake Association provides lake hosts checking incoming boats for invasive plants. They also check the water quality of the lake on a regular basis, being proactive rather than reactive. They provide weed watchers to check the lake for invasive plants, watershed management for helping to prevent the degradation of the quality of the water, volunteers to assist in the New Hampshire Department of Public Works and Recreation with activities on Pierce Island. And just out of note, Pierce Island is the smallest state park in the state of New Hampshire. It's just about an acre and it's in the middle of the lake. So the volunteers for Spofford Lake take care of that or help the state with that. And they also received a federal grant to do a stormwater quality runoff study. And with the town of Chesterfield, they have got a new ordinance in Chesterfield concerning runoff to the lake. The lake is a very
important part of the recreation in the state, in that southwestern part of the state. And then one of the other groups I help is the Hinsdale Lions Club, and we provide aid to various groups, sponsoring a Boy Scout troop, baseball teams, free eyesight screening for kids pre-K through 5th grade. That's an interesting thing too. We do about 300 screenings, and 10% of those kids need glasses of some sort or need some attention, at least a further examination, and the Lions Club pays for that if they can't afford it in the family. But 10% of the students that go through there have a problem that needs further investigation. We also have a program called 68 Hours of Hunger, which the high school sponsors, but we're one of the sponsors for the high school. Have scholarships for the students, and we provide sand for the seniors in winter to prevent falling on ice. We also provide holiday and meal baskets in Thanksgiving and Christmas based on what the town recommends. So we're sort of the go-to for the town if they run into having money problems. In addition, we provide cash donations for families who experience catastrophic losses, such as a fire. And we provide the quality of life for residents in an economically depressed town in the southwestern corner of New Hampshire. I am in District 15. I haven't met my representative, but I understand he's here, so it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
It's actually my dad.
Your dad, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not District 15. Well, I
No.
haven't met my representative yet. I
Yeah.
will. That's all I have to say. I'll keep it as brief as I have, which was a little long.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So Ms. Fichera, you indicated that you had written testimony. Did you? Yeah, but you don't really? Okay. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Michelle O'Malley. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Michelle O'Malley. I am the CEO of Webster House Children's Home in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I reside in Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm testifying in opposition of HB 668. For the past 141 years, since 1884, the Webster House has been providing a safe, supportive home for children unable to live at home for reasons of abuse, neglect, addiction, homelessness, and other challenges in the community. We are contracted with the Department of Health and Human Services and have children between the ages of 8 and 18 living at the house who are primarily referred to us through DCYF. We nurture these at-risk youth through trauma-informed care. We provide stability and structure while rebuilding self-esteem, confidence, and independent living skills. We take the kids to school, appointments, fun social activities, celebrate birthdays, graduations, and holidays with them like we do with our own children. We have children that have lived with us for 8 years. They'll age out, and they have no one to go to. They rely on us as their family. Based on our contract with the state, we receive a daily rate for the children in our care, which covers only half of our expenses. That said, it is critical that we close the funding gap with revenue streams, including grants, individual and corporate donations, and thankfully, charitable gaming funds. The charitable gaming funds are critical to the Webster House. They help us provide the highest level of care for our residents who deserve a second chance. Give them a home filled with healthy food, appropriate clothing, and all of the basic needs that build their trust, happiness, confidence, and enable them to thrive. These funds are well established in our budget and very, very grateful for these funds, and we rely on them to close this funding gap. Any revenue loss from charitable gaming would hurt us and the many, I believe it's 800 organizations that serve those in need. Eliminating any of this funding would significantly impact our operation and would mean we would have to eliminate some of the initiatives that positively impact our children. Charitable gaming has provided much needed revenue to organizations like the Webster House, making them an essential component of our state's social safety net. We rely on these funds. HB 668 would put charities like ours at risk. I strongly urge you to reject HB 668 and protect our charitable gaming community. Losing those funds would be harmful to our organization and hurt those who we serve. Thank you for your consideration. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. O'Malley. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Susan Howland. It's still morning, so good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, distinguished members of the committee. I am Susan Howland, and I am the Vice President of Community Relations and Development for the Mental Health Center of Greater Manchester. At the Mental Health Center of Greater Manchester, we provide a wide variety of services for people who are having mental health and substance misuse challenges. We serve critical services to individuals across our region, many of whom are among the most vulnerable members of our society. I stand before you today to strongly oppose the House Bill 668 to allow referendums to rescind the licenses to the historic horse racing, which is an important part of charitable gaming for nonprofit organizations, particularly those like ours, who have dedicated to ensuring that individuals with mental health and substance misuse challenges receive the care that they need, regardless of their ability to pay. As many of you are aware, New Hampshire's community mental health centers had an unprecedented challenges as a result of the Medicaid unwind. The center I work for is no exception, of course. As a safety net provider, we provide services to people who are eligible to receive care under our administrative rules, regardless of their ability to pay. This results in a large uncompensated care balance every year. As a nonprofit organization, we must continue to seek funding so that we continue to provide quality care. Charitable gaming has been a vital component to our fundraising efforts over the years. In fact, in the last 2 years, we have brought in just over $150,000 through this partnership, which means a lot to the patients that we serve. This allows us to help to fund essential mental health and substance misuse services and programs that our community depends upon. These funds are aimed at two major challenges that our state is facing and has been facing: mental health and substance misuse. The people we serve are already facing systematic barriers to care, and eliminating this funding mechanism would only deepen these inequities. Thank you. Are there any questions for me?
Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Amy Hollingworth. And it's still morning, so good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you very much. My name is Amy Hollingworth, and I represent New Hampshire Musculoskeletal Institute, a nonprofit dedicated to ensuring young athletes in New Hampshire have equitable access to essential sports medicine services. And I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 668. This bill could threaten charities like mine who benefit from the charitable gaming funds. The Save Sports Network, which is NHMI's largest program, provides free athletic health care to Manchester Public School athletes. Charitable gaming revenue has been critical to sustaining these services and ensuring children can participate in sports safely and reach their full potential on and off the field. For many years, New Hampshire nonprofits have relied on charitable gaming to fund essential programs. House Bill 668 threatens that support. If passed, this bill could lead to reduced gaming revenue, cutting essential funding for nonprofits statewide. For us, that means fewer athletic trainers, reduced injury care access, and increased health risks for student athletes. So I urge you to reject House Bill 668 and protect New Hampshire's charitable gaming community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. And the final pink card that I have here today is Representative Almy. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. Thank you for being late. I was yanked off, but on I want to testify on behalf of this bill. I come from the city of Lebanon. The city of Lebanon was, a lot of us do not approve of spending money that should be used for your home budget, etc., on gambling. We've had experience of people that were in important positions that ended up, I think one of them in jail, because they stole from the organization that they were working for, because they were addicted to gambling. And I rather regard our current position as that we are funding part of our government on addiction of those people that are not capable of stopping gambling once they've been addicted to it. We have almost no money, and we have no even board left. That in the lottery commission, there is supposed to be a board connected to it, which is doing problem gambling. And I think it was 3 of the 4 people who were on it have resigned at this point. And there is really nothing else in the state except individuals going out and trying to talk to other individuals. We stand pretty much with Littleton on this. Both of us were given casinos without knowing what we were getting into. In our case, it was a charitable gaming group that was started for poker by someone who knew that the bill was likely going to pass at one point or another. And it's now a major casino across from our cheapest, best supermarket, and down one building from our major thrift store, which funds a lot of our poverty initiatives. The people in that thrift store, and the people who run Listen, have said that they didn't want to ask for any of that money because they are seeing too much damage since it moved. Before it moved, when it was a small poker palace that they put a lot of machines in, too much damage to their clients who are incapable of stopping and also incapable of funding their families or their housing or their food. So I feel pretty strongly about this individually. I know for sure that the city of Lebanon would have voted this down 15 years ago. I don't know if it would now. But I do think that other towns ought to have the chance to decide whether they want that in their town or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So this was the last pink card that I have, and I'd like to ask at this time, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the remote sign-in, we had 3 in support and 11 opposed. And on the today's blue sheet, we have 1 in favor.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 668 FN Local. Time is it? So miraculously, we got back on schedule. It is now 12:01, according to my iPad and not the clock on the wall. So at this time, we will take lunch for an hour, and we will come back here at 1 to exec a number of bills. Have a nice lunch. So we have some amendments being passed around, and I'll give everybody a couple of minutes to sort themselves out and get organized. Okay. When everybody's ready, just look at me. So I know you're ready. Good afternoon. At this time, the committee will begin executive session on bills that we heard previously. And the clerk is ready. So at this time, I will open the executive session on House Bill 230 local relative to the adoption of public health ordinances by municipalities. The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I would like to recommend Amendment 2025-0277H to House Bill 230. And if there's a second, I'll be happy to speak to it.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. So after our public hearing, I appreciate the chair working with the sponsor and myself to try to work through the details of this bill, which to some this bill we've seen many times before, and we just tried to get to a point where we have something that satisfies everybody, and we can finally put behind us, lock it up into statute. And our conversation was that we should, with RSA 147, :1, create the guardrails to what health officers can do per the ordinance. And we think leaving it to, as in their, for the removal of nuisances, as in their judgment, the health and safety of the people require, puts a guardrail because the statute, again, is specific to nuisances. I had a wonderful conversation with the sponsor of the bill, Representative Harvey Bolia, to talk about the potential to work together then in an additional year about giving the health officers then the same kind of latitude that currently exists, but that we're curtailing a bit, but to give them that latitude in their communities for the things that may come up. Something is going to come up that does not fit neatly into a bucket, that does not fit neatly into a statute, and how can we address that? And I appreciate the willingness of the sponsor to work on that. So with that, I recommend that, or I suggest that this bill puts the necessary guardrails, still gives enough latitude for health officers to be able to do their jobs. And with that, I would hope that everyone can also agree. Oops, look, he's stuck.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? No? Seeing none, then the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0277H to House Bill 230 local. If you are in favor of the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie? Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The vote on Amendment 2025-0277H passes with a vote of 18-0. Do I have a motion?
Thank you,
Representative
Madam
Majori.
Chairwoman. I would like to move OTPA on House Bill 230 local.
With amendment.
Well, with the amendment, yes, OTPA.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative Murphy seconds that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie? Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 230 local is ought to pass with amendment. Without objection, that will go on to the House consent calendar. And the report author will be Representative Majori. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 230 local is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 689, enabling municipalities to adopt a volunteer incentive property tax credit. The chair do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Franz.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for inexpedient to legislate for HB 689.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Was that Representative Girard? Thank you. Is there discussion? Okay. So the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 689. If you are in favor of ITLing the bill, you'll vote yes. If you are not in favor of inexpedient to legislate, then you'll vote no. Okay. Why are people looking at me? Some people are still thinking? Oh, I did make a mistake. I'm sorry. Did I ask if you would like to speak to the motion? I think I skipped that step. I skipped it. I'm sorry. Is there any discussion or debate? Okay. So the motion is ITL. I should look at my script. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Girard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. Therefore, the committee recommendation on House Bill 689 is inexpedient to legislate, and without objection, that will go on the House consent calendar. And Representative Franz, will you write the report? Thank you. So next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 766, enabling municipalities to adopt an exemption from the local education property tax for certain elderly residents.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes?
House Bill 766, inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Walker seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Is there any discussion? Right. So the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 766. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
No.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 17-1. The committee recommendation on House Bill 766 is inexpedient to legislate. And without objection, that will go on the House consent calendar. And Representative Karasinski will write the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 766. At this time, I will open the executive session on House Bill 625 relative to enabling municipalities to levy payments against nonprofits at a percentage of their assessed property values. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to suggest voting ITL on HB 625.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, this bill has the potential to upend and confuse many decades of successfully implemented pilot payments between municipalities and nonprofit organizations of all kinds.
Is there further discussion or comments? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 625 is inexpedient to legislate, and without objection, that will be placed on the House consent calendar. And the report will be written by Representative Davis. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 625 is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 147 relative to clarifying tax exemptions for properties used by religious, educational, and charitable organizations. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chairman,
Yep. The chair recognizes Vice Chairman McDonald for a motion.
I move to ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative Murphy seconds that. Vice Chairman McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just a minute. This bill further clarifies the tax exemptions for properties by religious, educational, and charitable organization, which is well needed at this time. Thank you.
Are there any further comments or discussion? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So it seemed like it was a reasonable idea when we first heard the bill, and then as more information came, as we learned more information, there is a bill that's almost identical that's going through the Senate right now. And as we learned more information, the current language in statute came as a recommendation from a study bill to clarify ambiguous language, and the intent of this bill would be to take us, not the intent, but the result of this bill would be to take us back to what was considered ambiguous language. So for those for those reasons, I object the ought to pass and would hope that rather than an ITL, we might be able to get to a point of retaining so that we can figure out what is actually the best language to have in here, because I don't object to what they want to do. I just think that we need to have a better way to get there. So, thank you.
Further comments? Discussion, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with my colleague that this bill would be better retained than passed. As a resident of Lebanon, New Hampshire, and neighboring Hanover, New Hampshire, we are surrounded by educational, charitable, nonprofit organizations that own vast tracts of land within our municipalities. And sometimes the activities conducted on those tracts of lands do not comport with their missions. And it is extremely difficult to make those distinctions, and I do believe that this bill makes it even more difficult to make those distinctions.
Further comments? So I had one comment. As I recall during the hearing, I do acknowledge what Representative Majori said with the language that's in statute, but I do believe that I recall that the prime sponsor had explained that in recent times, the interpretation is not being interpreted properly, and therefore she felt the need to clarify the language so that the statute was being applied as the legislative intent was in the bill. So I just wanted to add that as a comment. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 147. If you are in favor of the motion, then you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
No.
Representative Gilman?
No.
Representative Majori?
No.
Representative Frocht?
No.
Representative Colby?
No.
Representative Germana?
No.
Representative Gerard?
No.
Representative Grund?
No.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 147 will be ought to pass. Representative McDonald, will you write the report?
Yes.
And will there be any other reports? Okay, Representative Jory will write the minority report. Thank you. And that will go on the regular calendar. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 147. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 426 relative to property tax exemptions for charitable organizations for the prior tax year.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to move to adopt Amendment 2025-01418H to House Bill 426.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Majority seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion to adopt the amendment? Representative McDonald.
Thank you. This amendment came as a result of conversations with the Bureau of Land and Tax Appeal. Made some additional modifications and made the bill, I believe, a little bit better as far as they're concerned and the enforcement of the bill itself. Thank you.
Any comments? Discussion? So I have a comment. So I'm not against the intent of the bill, but as I continued to look at the bill and especially the amendment, I do acknowledge that the amendment fixes some incorrect dates that the bill as filed had in it. But I do have a concern with, I feel that the language here in the amendment, which replaces Section 1 of the bill, it doesn't quite do perhaps what the prime sponsor is hoping that the bill will do. And I would also say that the reason why we have House Bill 426 was because 2024 House Bill 1055, there again, so there's the intent of the bill. And I think that what was missed is that any bill that affects local property taxes, the effective date shall be April 1st of the following year. And there were some, I guess, questions as to, why was that effective date that? Well, that's a statutory requirement. So that answers that. So, but because of that, because of what was trying to be done in 1055, the original bill, and because of that effective date, that's why we have this second bill. and the amendment. And the concern is that on the last line, 9, it references RSA 7234A. And my understanding is that appeals must be done by September 1st. And furthermore, my concern is that the way that this amendment is written, that there's really no time limit that somebody can come back and, request an adjustment. So that's a concern, because it seems like it's just going to throw deadlines out the window. So I won't go on, but I'm opposed to the amendment, and therefore, we'll just take the vote on this. Is there any other comments?
I'd like to respond.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is one thing we can really do the right thing. Just think if you're a nonprofit and in 8 months you have a choice of not paying $25 or $30 or $50,000 in taxes because the law is going to change. This clearly identifies this is for the 2024 tax year, and right now, if people go in and say, I'm late in my taxes, they can't give any excuse. The selectmen just say, that's too bad, you owe 20 grand or 15 grand or whatever it is. This gives them the opportunity to go into the Board of Selectmen and explain why they're late. That's all it does. It doesn't say you're going to get your taxes, you don't have to pay your taxes or whatever. It gives them the opportunity to go in and be heard. And I think they at least deserve that. Thank you.
Further comments? So seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0141H. If you're in favor of accepting the amendment, you'll vote yes. And if you're opposed, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes?
Representative Guthrie.
Yeah.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Chairman Power.
No. The motion to accept the amendment passes with a vote of 15-3. Do I have a motion? Another motion. Representative McDonald?
Yes, I move OTPA.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Representative Majori seconds that. Representative, Vice Chairman McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any comments? Okay. Representative Grund?
So one of my concerns about this is setting precedents to each year someone comes back and asks again and again, and I do understand the concern over maybe a missed date, but I am concerned on this one. And the idea of a retrospective bill in the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 23, retrospective bill laws are highly injurious, oppressive, and unjust, and no such laws therefore shall be made for either decision of civil causes or punishment offenses, is a concern of looking back on dates.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Thank you. I'd just like to talk about the retrospective laws. There's a couple of court cases, New Hampshire court cases, Norton versus Patton, 125 New Hampshire 413, and State versus Baloo, 125. New Hampshire, 304. Much like you, I do some research on some of the cases, and I don't have access to a lot of case max, whatever, look up all the cases. So I use Google. And what these cases basically found was Constitution, New Hampshire Constitution, retrospective laws. The provisions in the New Hampshire Constitution for forbidding retrospective or post facto laws prohibits the enactment of any laws which create a new obligation, impose a new duty, or attaches a new disability in respect to transactions already passed. This bill does none of that. Okay, when you think of something like that, that's like if I'm sitting in prison for burglary and they change the burglary law, I'm sitting there for 7 years and I say, now you got to sit there for 10 years. That's what that is. This does nothing. This bill does nothing like this. It's actually to help the nonprofits. It's not penalizing them or giving them this disabled or any of that other things. So at this time, I don't believe that the retrospective law applies to this. Thank you.
Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And question to my colleague, Representative McDonald. Isn't it my understanding that this is a one-time look back to 2024?
Yes, it is correct.
Thank you.
Further comments? Again, I understand the intent of the bill, but I maintain my position that the wording in this bill as amended just doesn't accomplish what the intent is. That's just my opinion. So the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 426. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
No. So the motion passes with a vote of 16-2, and the committee recommendation on House Bill 426 will be ought to pass with amendment. Oh. Hold on. Without objection, that will go on the consent calendar. Is there any objection? Seeing none, it will go on the consent calendar. And Vice Chairman McDonald, you'll write the report? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. No. Well, I'll ask, will there be a minority report? No. So with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 426. Chair will now open the executive session on House Bill 617 relative to the homestead right. Representative Murphy is recognized for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to open it up the 2025-0437H amendment and ought to pass with the amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Dolan seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Murphy, on the amendment to accept the amendment?
Not at this time.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Everybody has the amendment, correct? Yes? You were supposed to look at me. Yes, Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The amendment does seem to answer one of the questions that we had in committee, which is to allow the trust to claim the exemption. So I am supportive of this amendment, but we'll only speak to, obviously, we're only talking about the amendment. So I'm supportive of that because this is one of the questions that was raised. And it answers the question.
Further comments or discussion? So to reiterate that this amendment reflects, as you recall during the hearing, the prime sponsor had noted that when she submitted the language to OLS for the LSR, that somehow the provision with regards to trust somehow got dropped, lost, never made it into the bill. So further comments? Okay. Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept the amendment 2025-0437H. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are not in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion to accept the amendment passes with a vote of 18-0. Is there another motion?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept it as amended. House Bill 617.
And Representative Dolan, you just seconded that, so thank you. So the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. Representative Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Not at this time.
Are there any comments? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So while supportive of the amendment, because I do think the amendment makes the bill better, we heard numerous times in committee, even from the prime sponsor and from testimony that we received from the prime sponsor, that the $1 million is probably not the right number, and the number should be more like $500,000. I mean, that's even in the we have from the attorney. So I don't oppose to increasing it, but I don't see any evidence to where $1 million is the right number. And in fact, to the contrary, where I see $500,000 is probably the right number. So it's one of those things where I just don't. It just doesn't seem like I have the evidence to support the bill as it has been presented. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd feel not qualified to speak to this since I wasn't at the hearing, but in reviewing the bill afterwards, I have some questions about definitions that I don't believe were answered in the hearing because I've asked. And one of them is, what is the definition of a housing cooperative? And that is in line 8 of the bill. It is nowhere defined. I can't find any reference to it in existing law. I don't know what it is. So while I'm supportive of the amendment, I can't support the bill.
Further comments? Representative Grund.
One of the other concerns I remember was brought up about home housing cooperatives, which I think is what you're talking about, and it was referenced as HOAs, and there was the concern about whether percentage of land in an HOA is now attached and things. So I am opposed to this bill for that reason, without clarification.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Representative Grund and Madam Chair. With respect to homeowners associations, this could be a disastrous bill because while it is true that in an HOA you own your land and you own the home, you also own a percentage of the common land and a percentage of the open land that's required by the planning board to remain open in perpetuity. And so any judgment against one homeowner could put the entire association on the hook.
Further discussion or comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. On House Bill 617, if you're in favor of the motion, then you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
11 to 7.
The motion passes with a vote of 11 to 7. The committee recommendation on House Bill 617 is ought to pass with amendment. That will go on the regular calendar. And who will write the majority report?
I'll write the majority report, Madam Chair.
Representative Murphy. And minority report? Representative Stavis. Thank you. And with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 617. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 425, allowing tax-exempt entities to keep their tax-exempt status while renting facilities or property to entities that share their mission. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes,
ought to
Representative Franz.
pass,
Yeah.
On HB 425.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Representative Dolan seconds that. Representative Franz, would you like to speak to your motion? Is there any comments? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Um, the addition of the additional language, I understand that the purpose was to simplify and clarify, and it seems to do the opposite. Section B suggests adding vague language to RSA 7223, which currently allows for tax-exempt religious organizations to rent properties. But here they're using terms like similar mission or similar residential real estate. And those terms are overly broad. They are poorly defined, and they just create significant ambiguity. And then down in section C, we're complicating matters further by imposing excessive requirements on organizations as well as municipal assessors who are not certified public accountants. It unfairly forces assessors to evaluate an organization's income and expenses in relation to the law. This could lead to potential disputes, placing unreasonable burdens on assessors who may lack the necessary time or expertise to perform financial assessments. The additional burdens, coupled with overly broad terminology, are likely to result in more confusion, unequal application across jurisdictions, and would then worsen the very problem this bill attempts to correct.
Thank you. Further comments or discussion? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to also point out in section C of the bill that there's a contradiction where in line 11, it says that rents not more than one church parsonage or similar residential real estate and or not more than one worship building. And then at the end of that paragraph, in line 17, it says an organization shall not claim more than one exemption under this subparagraph. When I read those two sentences together, I'm totally lost. I don't understand what that means.
Thank you. Further comments? Discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 425. If you are in favor of the motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie, Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No. No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 425 will be ought to pass, and that will go on the regular calendar. Who will write the majority report? Representative Franz, and the minority report, Representative Colby. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 425. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 421 FN relative to notice of tax exempt status filing procedures by town officials or offices. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to I'd like to recommend Amendment 2025-0354H to HB 421 FN.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Karzinski.
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion to accept the amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. After speaking with the sponsor and taking a significant amount of input from one of our assessors from the town of Hudson, I'm afraid to name him. I don't want to put him on the spot to do that, but he's sitting here, so he might throw something at me if I do or don't. Anyway, we took some good input on this to try to find some language. It seemed like it would be easier than it was, but to try to find some language that allows the municipality and the tax exempt organizations within that municipality to work together to make sure that the proper forms are sent and received, sent by the municipality and received by the organization, so that the organization can then respond in a timely fashion and receive the exemption, which then the municipality can make sure that they're qualified to receive. And we think what the amendment has done, what we believe the amendment has done, is it's referenced that the municipality, the municipality rather, shall send the proper forms according to statute. So we're not naming a specific form in case that form should change, but stating where in the statute that the municipality should look, that those couple of forms should be sent out in a timely fashion, so that the municipality can then consider, and that neither the municipality nor the organization shall be penalized if there happens to be yet another oops. Maybe it wasn't received on time. Maybe it was sent on time, but the mail was slow, and it happened in return also. So we want to make sure that they're not penalized in that. And as we spoke before about a different bill, last year, House Bill 1055 was passed. And that was in response to charitable organizations that did not get their forms in on time, and there was nothing in statute that allowed the governing body the latitude to grant them the exemption. Nothing in statute. They had to be denied. Happened in my own town. What this bill does, what House Bill 421 does, is it just says, hey, municipality, organization, work together. Let's try to avoid that problem from ever happening again. We think that the amendment does that, and does it in a way that satisfies both organizations. So I would hope that you would pass the amendment. And if I said anything wrong, Jim Michaud now will throw something at me. He is not good. Move on.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion, I'm sorry. Who? Oh, Representative Walker.
I do think the making the assessing office send out mailers is an undue burden to that office, both in their budget cost-wise and the time to make the mailers up. I do think the underlying problem with this whole law is why is it you have to put these paperwork in yearly? Why can't it be 5 years or biannually? Having it to do it every year seems dumb. That's all I have to say.
Further discussion? Oh, Representative Majori.
Thank you again. To my friend from Rochester, I agree with you, and would add that when I was on the budget committee, we reviewed all of the tax exempt organizations annually to make sure that they were still qualified to be tax exempt organizations under their charter or whatever reasons. So I think you're both right, but we may need to look at that a little bit further to figure out a way so that we don't have to continue to do this. Or I don't disagree with you at all that you're asking the community right now to send out mail, which is a burden to the municipality. So that's not falling on deaf ears. So thank you.
Further comments? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-03 6354H to House Bill 421 FN. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
No.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
No.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
No.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The amendment is accepted with a vote of 15-3. Do I have a further motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move OTPA on House Bill 421 FN.
Is there a second? Representative Karasinski?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
The amendment speaks to the bill, so no, thank you.
Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 421 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
No.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
No.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 16-2. The committee recommendation on House Bill 421 will be ought to pass with amendment, and that will go on the consent calendar without objection. And Representative Majori, you'll write the report. Will there be a minority report? No. You want to? Okay. Okay. Well, what the so I think I had asked if there was any objection to the consent calendar, and I didn't see one. Yeah, so note to self, myself. So it will be on the consent calendar, correct, with no minority report. Okay, so with that, the executive session on House Bill 421 is now closed. I shouldn't have asked. Just trying to be thorough. Okay, next the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 458 FN, limiting local assistance to United States citizens or permanent legal residents. Do I have a motion? Representative Karazinski.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to retain House Bill 458.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Karazinski, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this needs a lot of work, and it needs to be retained to be worked on later.
Further comments on that? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a case where neither the sponsor nor any co-sponsors showed up, and which I believe puts the committee at a severe disadvantage to be able to elicit information about the bill. I think in most cases, when that situation arises, we ought to give strong consideration to an ITL motion. However, in this case, I will side with leadership and support the retain.
Further comments? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I continue to think that when a sponsor doesn't show up to present their bill or take questions on their bill, that it, as my colleague says, puts this committee at a severe disadvantage. It also puts the people of New Hampshire at a severe disadvantage because they don't have the opportunity to hear us ask questions on their behalf. So I will support the retain motion. But I think in the future we should have a conversation and a discussion about what happens when sponsors don't show, because several of them have not.
Thank you, Representative Stavis. Further comments? So I'll add a comment, and I'll support the motion to retain due to the fact that we had another bill that was similar to this, and the thought is perhaps we want to kind of look at both of them together. Any other comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to retain House Bill 458 FN. If you're in favor of that motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie? Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karasinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
No.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
No.
Representative Germana?
No.
Representative Gerard?
No.
Representative Grund?
No.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion to retain passes with a vote of 13-5. And there's no reports on retained bills at this time. So with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 458 FN. So next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 782 FN, expanding property tax exemptions for certain elderly and disabled persons, raising public awareness regarding tax credits and exemptions, and requiring an annual report regarding the efficacy of the low and moderate income homeowners property tax relief program. Do I have a motion? Representative Gilman. I was going to say Stavis. I don't know why.
I would like to move an expedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Gilman, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There are several problems with this bill, particularly tying the amount of the exemption to the CPI, I believe takes away the will of the people who have already the enabling power to set these amounts, and they should be asked, not told what it's going to be. It also binds future selectmen to that same CPI index that, again, binds them to an unknown number. Let's see. But wait, there's more. The printing and DRA has a part to play in here with the printing of posting a notice of in how it's worked or what paperwork you need to have, and it's really kind of vague. What's the other one? I had another line in here. All right, I'll come back to it if anybody wants to speak. I know I had another reason. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I missed the hearing for this bill, but I have a question about the definition of efficacy. I mean, what in heaven's name does that mean in this context? Is it quantity of tax exemptions granted? Is it the benefit to the people who receive the exemptions? Is it I mean, what exactly does efficacy mean?
Representative Gilman.
Yes, that's the part that I forgot. That lost my tip of my tongue. Yeah, what is the definition of efficacy? Really is an important part of how valuable this tool may be. We don't know, and the prime sponsor wasn't there to answer that question. So there you go.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is an expedient to legislate on House Bill 782 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie? Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Aylward?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz?
Yes.
Representative Karazinski?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Walker?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Frocht?
Yes.
Representative Colby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Gerard?
Yes.
Representative Grund?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 782 FN will be inexpedient to legislate, and without objection, that will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Gilman, will you write the report? Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 782 FN. And lastly, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 547 FN relative to county reimbursement of funds. Do I have a motion? Representative Grund is recognized for a motion.
Thank you. The motion I make is ought to pass on HB 547.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Dolan.
Yes, I second that.
Representative Dolan seconds that. Representative Grund, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I will be as brief as possible. There was a split of 50-50 before basically the COVID era from the federal government for reimbursement of nursing homes. During the COVID time period, there was a change in the split to 56.2% from the federal government. And that difference of the 6.2% went to the state, but was never given back down to the counties. The counties are owed this money, and it would affect their tax rate as well. So I suggest ought to pass.
Further comments or discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 547 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you'll vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. So the motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 547 FN is ought to pass. And that will go on to the House consent calendar. And Representative Grund, would you like to write the report? Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 547 FN. So that concludes our publicly noticed business for today. And as always, before we adjourn, I have a few afternoon announcements. So as you may all know, that there is a House session scheduled for this Thursday, February 20th, to begin at 10 a.m. The week of February 23rd, please hold Thursday, February 27th, open for hearings only. We will have hearings all day. Then the following week of March 2nd, please hold Monday, March 3rd, open for hearings and executive session. Are there any questions? Representative Majori? Did I get my dates wrong again?
No, not wrong. I just,
Okay.
I had from last week. Sorry.
Yep.
I had from last week, and it certainly could be me. I always blame me
Okay.
first. I put in the 26th for hearings. You're
Right,
saying the
so-
27th?
So just to be clear, when I say scheduled, that
Yeah.
means it's actually scheduled and it's been publicly noticed. When I say please hold, that means that that's tentative because we share resources, and this is why we're in this room today. So I did put in the request yesterday. So that should be that should be scheduled for the 27th, but that's what I put in. And yes, I did, when I was looking forward, in prior weeks, I wasn't sure where that was going to land, and I picked Thursday because that gives us like a week. That gives us more than, instead of putting it at the front of the week. No, no, no. Is it better for me not to say anything until it's actually scheduled? No,
Madam
seriously,
Chair.
I'm trying to give you guys a heads up.
Madam Chair?
Yes. What?
Here.
Oh, over there. Okay.
All right, I have the 25th, the 26th, now the 27th. What dates are
so
we talking about?
I'm trying to be very thorough. And as I explain, when I say please hold,
I
that's just
understand.
like pencil in.
What is scheduled?
Oh, it hasn't, the 27th. And to be clear, I sent in the request and I don't know if it's processed yet. It should be. It hasn't been public. Did you all receive a notice yet? Okay. So we're maybe I'm being too specific, but we're penciling in Thursday, the 27th. I hope that there should be no problem with the committee assistant getting back to me saying, yes, you can meet on the 27th. There's a room for you. Okay, I'm sorry.
So not the 26th, not
That
the
is
25th.
correct. It's the 27th, a Thursday. That's what it should be. Because I did put in that request, but to be completely clear, it hasn't been officially noticed yet. Sorry to be so particular. All right, Jim, Representative Majori, you look confused here. Okay, Representative Gilman.
Can you repeat the March date? Because that one right past me while I was
Okay,
trying to-
so I am looking ahead and I'm saying pencil in or hold. I'm going to change my words to pencil in. I'm looking to have hearings and executive session on Monday, March 3rd.
Okay.
And that's pencil in. Because when I go to put in that request, they could say, there's no room for you. Oh. Well, can we talk about it? Yes.
At 9?
And yes, that is correct. Did we get that email notice yet? Okay. And I do recall, yes, it is at 9 because we have a lot of bills. We have an aggressive schedule. So yes, I do what? The 27th. All right. Maybe I shouldn't try to. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like I'm confusing some people. I'm trying to help, but when help gets confusing, then I question whether it's helpful or not. Okay. So yes, Representative Dolan, as I recall, we were starting on Thursday, February 27th at 9 because we have quite a number of bills. I did not put in a scheduling request yet. So I don't know. It's either going to be 9 or 9:30. Okay, I'm sorry. Any more questions? Okay, see. Okay, could you just hold for 1 second?
Don't forget the 11th is election day.
So Representative Davis was asking where we are at with our 60 bills plus this non-germane amendment that we had to have a hearing on today. So as I said, I have this massive master schedule where I planned everything ahead all through crossover. So I just discussed our plans for the 27th, which is next week. And then thereafter, we have 5 bills left. So what I'm looking at is on the 3rd, which is a Monday, that we will be hearing 5 bills, and then we will be having an executive session after lunch. So that might be a lot of bills. And then I'm looking at the 10th, to do an executive session as well. So we're almost done with hearings. And we just have, after that, a lot of bills to exec. Representative Murphy.
Just make sure you don't do the 11th because I will not be here. It's election day.
Did I?
I just want to make sure, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll note that. That would be a Tuesday.
Or, yeah, that's correct.
Right.
Or if you do have it, I'll need a substitute.
Thank you. Yeah, so we were trying to have our meetings on Mondays, but that doesn't always work out, as we all see. And I was not looking at the 11th, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm looking at the 10th. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will adjourn the committee meeting for today. Have a great weekend. Well, we'll see you on Thursday, and then have a great weekend. Thank you.